Chapter 9, Healing Padfoot and Pronglet, Part 3, Healing Padfoot and Pronglet, A Hide in a Time Bubble Prank, June 24, 1994. Sirius had once been a 13-year-old boy. He knew that Harry, who was currently crying into Sirius's increasingly wet shoulder, would be mortified once the storm of weeping stopped. However, Sirius also understood that Harry needed this release. He remembered the emotional shock of having someone care after years of being told he was worthless. He never wanted his godson's childhood to resemble his own, and the thought made his heart ache, bringing him too close to shedding tears himself. No more Dursleys, Sirius reminded himself as he rubbed soothing circles on Harry's back with one hand and stroked his fingers through Harry's mop of dark hair with the other. Harry was finally under his protection, and Sirius was determined that the remainder of Harry's childhood would be filled with love, happiness, fun, and security. He glanced over at Remus, who looked devastated by Harry's breakdown. Sirius mouthed that it was okay, and Remus nodded slightly, easing back from his hovering position on the edge of his chair. Harry sniffled, and Sirius realized he was coming back to himself. Remus handed over a handkerchief. Sirius eased back and handed Harry the cloth with the no-nonsense instruction to blow his nose. Harry followed the order, swiped at his damp cheeks, and absently handed the handkerchief back. Sirius banished it with a flick of his wrist. Harry was bright red and wouldn't meet either of their eyes. "The summer before my 6th year, I ran away from home and ended up at your dad's," Sirius said quietly. Harry looked over at him, curiosity overcoming his embarrassment. "Your granddad Potter told me that it was all going to be okay, that they loved me and I was already part of the family. I was 16 years old and I spent the better part of an hour crying my eyes out on his shoulder," Sirius said. "So, I guess what I'm trying to say is that you're in good company." Harry flushed but nodded slowly, acknowledging that Sirius understood. "He also told me, just as I'm telling you now, that we have a lot of getting to know each other to do. At some point, we're going to argue and disagree. We'll say things that test our patience with each other," Sirius continued, keeping hold of Harry's gaze. "Because parents and kids do that. Although I'm new at this, I consider myself your parent now, kiddo." He poked Harry gently in the arm. "Okay." Harry nodded again. "So, we're going to do all of those things, but, and this is the important part, I'm always going to love you," Sirius said fervently. "I loved you from the moment I held you just after you were born. I loved you when you broke me out of Hogwarts, and I love you right now, this minute. I am always going to love you and want you in my life. Understand?" "And that goes for me too, Harry," Remus added softly. Sirius could see the hope that flared to life in Harry's eyes as he nodded again, but he could also see the fear that it wasn't true or real. It was going to take time, Sirius reminded himself. He patted Harry on the shoulder softly. "Now, we have lots to tell you," Sirius said, changing the subject and brightening his tone. "But Remus told me you haven't had dinner, so why don't we get something to eat?" Harry's stomach growled in response. "Food it is," Remus declared cheerfully. He stood up, and Sirius and Harry followed him out of the room and down the corridor. Sirius couldn't help smiling as Harry gazed around wide-eyed. "The house has been in my family for generations. My grandfather preferred the country estate and hated London, so when my father married my mother, he gave it to them. My mother was nuts, and she was restricted to the house by my grandfather," Harry said, thinking of the family history. He knew about the time she tortured Sirius, a recognized heir to the line, for refusing to follow Voldemort and drove him to the Potters. But he didn't need to know that part of the story. "Are we going to live here?" Harry asked as Remus led them into the dining room. "Nope." Sirius guided Harry into the seat on his right as he took his usual chair at the head of the table. Remus sat to his left, opposite Harry. "I'm going to need this place for business. I have a seat on the Wizengamot, so it's going to be too visible despite the Fidelius. We will live somewhere else." He touched the table, and food appeared, plates of shepherd's pie with peas and carrots. "Tuck in." Harry immediately began to eat, and something uncrawled in Sirius's gut at the sight of his godson enjoying a meal at a table in a house Sirius owned. He picked up his own cutlery as Remus passed a bread roll to Harry. "Thank you, Professor," Harry said automatically. "Professor," Sirius snorted. Remus shot him a look. "It's Remus, Harry, or Mooney, if you prefer. I'm not your professor anymore." "You used to call him Mooey," Sirius teased. Harry's eyes lit up, and a smile flickered across his lips. "Really?" "Yes, Uncle Mooey to be exact," Remus recalled fondly. "As you were only a baby, we forgave you the lack of enunciation." "Proms thought it was hilarious," Sirius said, remembering the scene in the Potter's kitchen and Jane's chuckling away. "But his face when you called him Dada for the first time." He smiled at his godson's rapt expression. He was the proudest man on the planet that day. "Flu called me especially," Remus agreed. "But you'd been calling your mum and mama for at least a month, and I think your dad was just thrilled you'd finally recognized his part in your parenting." Harry scooped up more of his pie. "I wish I could remember," Sirius said, exchanging a sad look with Remus. "Well, we can share our memories with you so you can see for yourself," Remus replied. "And tell you lots of stories," he added. "I've been saving them up for years, and now I finally get the chance to tell you since I no longer need permission from your aunt or the headmaster to see you or talk with you openly." Something eased behind Harry's eyes. Sirius mentally applauded Remus for explaining simply and quickly why he hadn't been in Harry's life until now. "We do have a lot to tell you, Harry," Sirius said. "Everything from your mum and dad and your Potter heritage to what happened after you rescued me at Hogwarts, to what happens next. But I don't want to overwhelm you with information. I would like your agreement on some things that are already in motion, so I think we need to prioritize for tonight." "Agreed." Harry nodded and quickly swallowed his mouthful of food. "Okay. Well, since we will have plenty of time in the future to tell you about your mum and dad and your family, how about we focus on the urgent things?" Remus suggested, spooning more shepherd's pie onto Harry's plate. "Like what's happened since Hogwarts and what happens next?" Harry asked, smiling a thank you at Remus. "Exactly," Sirius said, picking up his glass and taking a long sip of water. "We should do this logically and start from what happened when you, Sirius, left Hogwarts," Remus instructed. Sirius rolled his eyes but complied. "Well, like I said, before I realized I needed my inheritance to get things done, I came here and assumed control of the family magic. That essentially made me Lord Black." He held back the urge to tell Harry he would need to do something similar and become Lord Potter. Creature, the old house elf, is giddy at the thought of restoring the family's reputation. He has helped with getting money from Gringotts, doing the shopping, and cleaning this place up. This was both a relief and a shock, as he and Creature had never had the best relationship during Sirius's childhood. Then Remus sent me a note, so we met up. He agreed to help me get you away from the Dursleys. He's also agreed to come live with us and help keep us out of trouble." Harry shot a pleased look at Remus, who smiled back at him. "What next?" Sirius asked himself. "Oh, right. We hired a solicitor, Brian Cutter. He's very good at what he does. He investigated my arrest, discovered there wasn't a trial, and approached Fudge on behalf of Lord Black about looking into whether Sirius Black was innocent. The minister knows that Lord Black will be very powerful politically when he takes up his position in the Wizengamot," Remus added. "He'll be more powerful and wealthy than the minister's current advisors. So he agreed to the investigation, and ultimately your guardianship, not wanting to annoy a new potential ally," Remus said. Harry looked at them both with a grin. "So you essentially pranked the minister into doing his job?" "Yes," Remus and Sirius replied in unison, unashamedly. "There will be some feathers that need to be smoothed," Remus acknowledged, "when it's announced that Sirius is Lord Black. Fudge won't be able to get too annoyed with me, though," Sirius reassured Harry, sensing his godson's unease at the thought of an angry minister. "I am Lord Black. Amelia Bones's investigation cleared my name, and my guardianship of you is based on the legally acknowledged wishes of your parents." He glanced at Remus, signaling for help in explaining the rest of what had happened regarding the guardianship. Remus immediately stepped in, softening his tone. Not only that, but when Amelia Bones came to see you at Privet Drive, she wasn't impressed with the standard of care you were receiving from your aunt and uncle. A crease appeared on Harry's forehead as he stared down at the floor. His meal, embarrassed. She supported the change in guardianship, especially when she did some digging and realized you hadn't received any official visits to check up on you, Remus continued. It would be very embarrassing for the ministry if that came to light. Harry's gaze remained fixed on his plate. Harry, Sirius said softly, we don't know exactly what your aunt and uncle have done or not done in taking care of you, but we can guess. We do know that Director Bones believed you might have a case to bring charges against them. It would go through the Muggle system, Remus explained. However, Brian has said that it would probably come down to your word against theirs. Harry had stopped eating, his expression turning thoughtful, much like Lily's. I just want to be shot of them, he said. Well, you don't have to have anything more to do with them, Sirius declared fiercely. If there's any other business with the Dursleys, Remus and I can take care of it. Probably Remus, since I'm likely to hex them. Your aunt relinquished all rights to you, Remus said carefully, in exchange for the protection of a new address so wizards can't find her. You mean she happily gave me away for a new house? Realization dawned on Harry, and his face turned red. That house where we were at, that's their new house. Ah, yes, Remus replied, glancing at Sirius, who looked concerned. Great, that's just great, Harry muttered, pushing his plate away. He took a breath and met Sirius's gaze. I'll pay you back, I promise. Sirius's eyes widened at the offer. You don't need to, Harry. I have plenty of money, and honestly, I would happily have given every canute to the woman if it meant I got you in exchange. Stun didn't even begin to describe Harry's expression. Sirius moved closer and placed a hand over Harry's clenched fist. Harry, we understand if you don't want to. Talk about your time with your aunt and uncle. But I want you to keep two things in mind. Firstly, we will be here when you are ready to talk about it. Secondly, however they treated you was not your fault, and whatever they told you was a lie. Harry nodded slowly. Sorry, I just... Believe me, I know, Sirius said sincerely, reluctantly letting go of Harry. You should also keep in mind, Harry, that while the new house was in some ways a bribe, there was a valid reason for giving your aunt a new address beyond just getting you out of their clutches, Remus added, steering the conversation in a different direction. Your mum put up some very impressive blood wards around the house at Privet Drive. They kept both you and your aunt safe while you lived there, and your magic helped to maintain the wards. However, with you no longer there, the wards will eventually collapse, Sirius explained. After Brian's initial discussion with your aunt, with her permission, we had an expert from Gringotts check them out. He said that with your immediate removal, and considering you've been away at Hogwarts most of the year already, he would give it about a month before the wards fall. The new house doesn't have the blood wards, but it does have an impressive set of security wards that will keep out wizards, Remus said. Sirius checked that Remus and Harry were finished with the main course and tapped the table. The dishes disappeared, and dessert shimmered onto fresh plates in front of them. Harry enthusiastically reached for a spoon to delve into the ice cream. I guess I'm okay with them having the house, he said after his first bite. I don't like that they've got it, but I don't really want them dead, and Voldemort. He looked up at them suddenly. You know he's alive. Yes, I might have learned a great deal about your first 2 years while I was teaching, Remus confirmed. You encountered a wraith of Voldemort in your first year? And in your second, you encountered an object that could have brought him back to a corporeal form. A diary, yes, Harry replied. Lucius Malfoy gave it to Ginny. Sirius glowered. The family meeting is going to be a doozy. He shook himself and caught Harry's curious look. Malfoy is married to my cousin, Narcissa. As the Malfoys petitioned to marry into our family, the Blacks have something called primacy. Lucius is subject to the will of Lord Black. A mischievous grin spread across Harry's face. For a moment, he looked so much like James that Sirius's heart almost stopped. I'm going to have a family meeting soon to sort some things out. As you're my heir, I want you to have input on how we handle family matters, Sirius forced himself to continue. But that's a discussion for another day. Okay, Harry said easily. Although I know exactly what I want to do with Malfoy. Sirius and Remus exchanged a knowing look at the tome. James had always used that particular tome for Snivellus. Getting back to Voldemort, Sirius said quickly, yes, Remus and I know he's out there. Thanks to a letter my brother Regulus wrote to me, which Creature gave me when I arrived here, we also know there are other objects like the diary that are out there. We believe they are the reason why he's a wraith and not completely dead. So what are we going to do? Harry asked, far too enthusiastic for Sirius's liking. We aren't going to do anything. Remus and I will bring the matter to the attention of the Ministry, the DMLE, and the DOM. We will work with them to track these objects down and see about kicking Voldemort into the great hereafter, Sirius said. You are going to go to school, study, have fun, and enjoy yourself. But, Harry began. It's not that I don't think you're a capable wizard, Harry, Sirius reassured him swiftly. After your amazing rescue of me, how could I think otherwise? And I know from the people talk about your exploits, how you've faced Voldemort more than anyone else alive and lived to tell the tale. But, Harry, and this is important, you should never have had to face him. You were just 11 and 12. You should have been thinking about pranks and having fun, not about how to survive a basilisk or a possessed professor. The adults around you should have done much more to protect you. Believe me, I will be having words with Dumbledore about this. Now that you're under my protection, I will do everything in my power to keep you safe. That means ensuring Voldemort, or anything related to him, stays far away from you. His heart raced as he finished speaking. Harry looked at him with wide eyes. As you can see, your godfather feels strongly about this, Remus said calmly. I don't want anything to happen to you, Harry blurted out. Either of you? Neither do we, and we don't want anything happening to you, Remus replied, while Sirius struggled to clear the lump in his throat. That's why Sirius and I will involve the people who should track these things down and fight Voldemort, namely not us. I was thinking we would be more like ringmasters, Sirius suggested. I was going to say generals, Remus countered. A ringmaster is in charge of a circus, Sirius pointed out. Well, it is the Ministry, the DMLE, and the DOM, Sirius added with a wry smile. They are a bit of a circus. Harry chuckled, which brought a smile to Sirius's face, but it quickly faded when Harry asked, what about the headmaster? He could help. Sirius growled before he could stop himself. What Sirius is trying to say is that while we both think the headmaster is a great wizard to whom we owe a lot, Remus explained diplomatically, we have some concerns about the decisions he's made. Harry frowned. What? Decisions? Remus and Sirius exchanged a concerned look. They did not want to disillusion Harry about an adult authority figure he respected, but they knew it was important for Harry to start questioning his headmaster's motivations and actions. Harry, you play chess, right? Remus asked, putting down his spoon. Yes. Harry's tentative answer showed he was unsure of where Remus was going with his question. Sirius was wondering the same thing. Imagine that the chessboard is the wizarding world. On one side is Voldemort. Remus gestured with his wand, and a black king piece sprang to life on the dining room table. On the other side is the leader of the light, Albus Dumbledore. A white king piece appeared next to it. Sirius thought Remus had been a brilliant teacher. Harry was paying close attention, his brow furrowed in concentration. But there are many pieces on a chessboard. With another gesture, an actual chessboard appeared. Some people in the wizarding world might be important, like the knights, rooks, bishops, and queens. The pieces filled the squares. The Minister of Magic might be one of those pieces, for instance. And I think you, Harry, would probably be one of the more important pieces. Some of us, though, might merely be pawns. The word hit hard as the minor chess pieces arrived. Sirius could see Harry's internal flinch as clearly as if he had jerked. Now, what's the first lesson you learned about chess? Remus asked softly. A series of emotions crossed Harry's face, but he bravely met Remus's gaze. That you may need to sacrifice a piece. And you might risk others. Remus gestured, transforming the board into a half-played game. See, your rook is at risk because you decided to protect your knight. Now, remember the wizarding world is our board. So Albus is risking his rook, and let's say that's Sirius, because he's decided to protect his knight, which we'll pretend is you. The board. That's a common mistake, Remus said. You have to consider the bigger picture. Sacrifices might be necessary for the greater good. Harry frowned, contemplating this. But it feels wrong to sacrifice anyone, especially you, Sirius. I understand, Sirius said, his tone reassuring. But in this game, sometimes the pieces need to be sacrificed to achieve victory. Harry sighed. I just wish it didn't have to be this way. Remus nodded. We all do. But we have to play the hand we're dealt, and right now, that means being strategic. Right, Harry said, looking back at the chessboard in front of them. So what do we do next? Next, we continue to gather information and prepare for whatever comes our way, Remus replied. And we keep questioning Dumbledore's choices. It's important to understand the moves he's making. Sirius added, and remember, Harry, you're not just a pawn. You're a crucial piece in this game. Harry met their gazes, feeling a mix of determination and uncertainty. Okay, then let's figure this out together. So I guess we know which move you would choose if you were controlling the board, Remus continued. This one, Harry admitted. Of course you would, and so would Sirius, and so would I, Remus agreed brightly. But none of us are in control of the board. We're a chess piece, Harry said, disgusted. Remus cleared his throat, a little chagrined. Ah, well, yes, but I don't mean to imply that in real life Albus considers you or any of us with the same cold objectivity that he would an actual chess piece. He does care about you, Harry. Don't forget that in both moves we've talked about, he's protecting you. And sure, the decisions he makes weigh on him. Sirius wasn't so sure about that, but he appreciated that Remus wanted to reassure Harry that Dumbledore cared about him, especially since Harry believed so few people in his life cared about him. However, when Sirius and I got together and talked, we realized that Albus has made quite a few decisions like this one. Remus gestured towards the chessboard, which returned to the previous play. Decisions that, on the face of it, are well-meaning but frustrating for the chess pieces, the people involved. And really unfair if he's deciding without asking them what they want, Harry interjected fiercely. Exactly. So Sirius being Sirius, or should I say Padfoot, decided to mutiny and take over the whole game. Remus gestured at the chess piece, and the rook transformed into a small dog that began running around the chessboard, barking at the other pieces and forcing them to move back to the preferred play. Harry let out a small laugh at its antics. Sirius was glad Remus had found a way to lighten the mood. Remus paused for a moment before having the dog change back. And now we're deciding the moves rather than Albus. There was silence, and Sirius could almost see the wheels turning in Harry's head as he processed everything they had said. So what do you think? Sirius asked. I think I hate chess, Harry said impatiently, wrinkling his nose as Sirius let out a bark of laughter. But I think I see what you mean. I understand the headmaster could still help with the Voldemort situation, but I get wanting to make your own decisions. Sirius sighed in relief. Speaking of which, Harry continued slyly, I know you don't want me to be involved, and I understand that, he added quickly, it's just. You're not sure Voldemort will leave you alone, Remus finished. I asked the headmaster why Voldemort was so interested in me after my first year, Harry said, licking his spoon. He said he'd tell me when I was older. Maybe I should ask him again. Sirius hummed, torn between wanting to keep Harry out of it and not wanting to lie to his godson. He decided to be honest. We think there's a prophecy involved, but you and I will need to investigate with the Department of Mysteries. Harry's eyes lit up. Us? Yes, us, Sirius confirmed. Look, if I had my way, you wouldn't be anywhere near the fight with Voldemort until you're of age, trained, and wrapped in several layers of dragon hide, maybe with a few more protective layers of bodyguards and possibly a dragon or two. But as you said, it's obvious he has an interest in you. Sirius grimaced. So, maybe we can agree on a compromise. Remus and I will handle searching for these objects with help from others, which may or may not include your headmaster, he said, raising a hand before Harry could argue. But we will keep you in the loop, and you will help in finding out if there is actually a prophecy. Harry smiled happily. You will also start learning something called occlumency to help keep these things secret, and we will train you in some defensive magic. That way, if you do end up facing Voldemort again, you'll have some tricks up your sleeve. Sirius tried to sound parental. He suspected Remus was trying not to laugh at him. How does that sound? Harry beamed at him, and Sirius felt a warm rush of affection. This is kind of the way I want this to work, Harry, Sirius admitted. We talk, and we agree together on what we want to do. What do you think? I like that I get a say, Harry replied, his eyes lighting up mischievously. I guess it's like you said about Dumbledore. It's a bit frustrating if people make decisions for you without asking what you want. Sirius nodded, acknowledging the jab at his previous "you will stay out of it" stance. He grinned mischievously. I'm glad you want to be involved because the other thing we'll use to fight Voldemort is politics. A look of uncertainty crossed Harry's face. Politics. We need to ensure his followers or people who support his agenda don't have the political power to help him, Remus explained. That means building alliances with the other ancient and noble families. And we need to shut down his access to money, Sirius added, wielding his spoon like a sword. Maybe I'll leave this bit to you guys, Harry suggested. Sirius smirked at him, and Harry acknowledged that his godfather had scored a point. Actually, you will need to be involved with politics. The Potters are an ancient and noble family. You have the potential for a lot of political influence because of your celebrity, no matter how much you might dislike the idea, Sirius said sympathetically. We'll add it to your training. Harry sighed miserably. I guess. But not tonight, Sirius added. We should probably discuss what's going to happen in the immediate future. Harry brightened. So first things first, Sirius said, nerves creeping in again. As part of the guardianship deal, I agreed that I would get some medical treatment. His godson looked alarmed and concerned. I'm fine, Sirius hurried to reassure him. I was exposed to Dementors for a long time in Azkaban and spent a year on the run, eating out of dustbins. So, I can't say I disagree that I could use a checkup. You're really okay though? Harry asked, dropping his spoon into his bowl. Really, Sirius said firmly. And he was. Yes, his emotions were still unsteady, his mind sometimes foggy, and he hadn't regained all of his physical strength, but he was okay. I could be better, he admitted, and I am concerned about your exposure to Dementors. So, I've arranged for us both to take a trip to the States to the Valley Clinic. Harry squirmed and grimaced. I expect, Sirius continued as though he hadn't noticed Harry's silent response, that we'll go in, they'll give us a checkup, and then we'll have a bit of a holiday while they feed me some nutrient potions. A holiday? Harry stopped squirming and started looking interested. Sirius agreed, finishing his ice cream and setting the bowl aside. I understand from my Uncle Alfred's journal that there's plenty of space for flying, a swimming pool, and some great hiking trails. Flying? Sirius struggled not to smile at Harry's hopeful expression. He couldn't look at Remus because he figured the two of them would break down laughing if he did. Yep. So, how about it? I'd like to go on a holiday, Harry admitted shyly. Good, well, that's settled then. We'll only be gone for a week in normal time, but the clinic is in a time bubble to provide people with as much time as they need to heal. So, we'll probably stay a bit longer than that, Sirius said cheerfully. We should talk about disguises. Disguises? Harry repeated warily, getting diverted from the topic of why it might take more than a week for them to heal. Sirius had intended to use the magic of the time bubble. Remus cleared his throat, drawing their attention. As you've pointed out, Voldemort has an interest in you. One of the reasons Albus placed you with your Muggle relatives was the protection provided by the blood wards left by your mother. Now you're safe here, but we need to ensure your safety when you travel. We'll be going Muggle, Sirius said brightly. I've never been on an airplane before. Neither have I, Harry replied, his face lighting up with excitement. And you think we should be disguised too? We have two choices for you, Harry. Remus clasped his hands on the polished table. The first is to put a glamour charm on you, turning your hair blonde and your eyes blue, for example. But you'd still be 13 years old, and if anyone was looking for you, you'd fall into the age group they would watch for. And if they're magical, they'll know I might be wearing a glamour charm, Harry quickly surmised. Exactly, Sirius said proudly. So there is another option. We use a de-aging potion on you. You'll be 5 years old for 24 hours. Nobody will be able to tell you're really 13, and you can have some carefree fun as a 5-year-old. Harry considered it carefully. Sirius could see he was weighing the benefits of being safe and 5 against losing his 13-year-old intelligence and wanting to be treated like an adult. I guess I should choose the de-aging potion, Harry said finally. He glanced at Sirius. What about you? I'll take a de-aging potion too, Sirius replied. I'll be in my 20s but old enough to have a 5-year-old son. You'll be Harry Evans, and I'll be Jack Evans. Jack was your grandfather's name. Harry nodded slowly. What about you, Remus? Remus started in surprise. Me? You're coming with us, right? Harry asked urgently. Remus smiled at Harry. Thank you for thinking of me, but not this time. Remus waved at Sirius and Harry. You both need time to get to know each other, and I'll need to coordinate things here in your absence. I have our new house to prepare, your finances to sort through, and oversee the press announcement of you as Sirius's ward. His smile widened. I dare say I'll have enough to keep me busy during the week you're away. Our new house? Harry asked, his eyes widening. We've bought a place in Hampshire, out in the countryside, Sirius explained. It was Muggle, but we've made it unplottable, warded it thoroughly, and put it under Fidelis too. We have some pictures we can show you, Remus said. But why don't we show you around here first? The tour was a good idea. Harry was most impressed with the dueling room in the basement. He declared that Hermione would love the library and was reintroduced to Kreacher in the kitchen before the house elf chased them out. Kreacher informed them briskly that they had hired another elf for the new house, as he had enough to do with 12 Grimmauld Place. They finally climbed the stairs, and Sirius explained that the first-floor bedrooms were for guests as he nudged Harry up another flight. The second floor had 3 bedrooms, each with an adjoining bath. Each glistening white door had a gold plaque. The first door read Steward of the House of Black, and Remus explained it was his room. Sirius's was engraved with Lord Black. He let Harry have a quick look inside before hustling him down the corridor to the next room, where the sign read Bear of the House of Black. Here's your room for when you do have to stay here, Sirius said brightly as he nervously ushered Harry in. The walls were a pale cream. He had Kreacher furnish the place with Gryffindor red for the curtains, bed linen, and upholstery of the chairs. A gold and red tapestry rug, depicting a lion, softened the newly sanded and polished hardwood floor. The furniture was good. Room has a quality oak finish, though not polished antique, because Sirius wanted you to feel comfortable. Harry walked around the room, taking in the bookcase and desk. He paused over a photo of his parents, then looked at the dresser and wardrobe, the bed and bedside table, and the squishy chair by the window. His trunk was placed nearby, along with an owl perch for Hedwig, who hooted a welcome. He explored the small bathroom through a side door and returned with a wide smile. This is great, he said, meeting Sirius's gaze across the room. Thank you. I'm glad you like it, Sirius replied, pleased. We won't be living here, but feel free to put up some posters and make it your room whenever we do. They shared a giddy smile. Remus cleared his throat, leaning against the door jamb with a smug smile. Your flight is very early, so you and Padfoot should have an early night. There are new pajamas in the dresser, Harry, along with underwear and other things. We'll leave you to get ready for bed. Just call if you need anything. What about packing for the holiday? Harry asked. Already done. We took the liberty of buying you some new clothes. Just set aside anything you want to take with you on the desk, and I'll add it to the suitcase in the morning, Sirius said. I'll wake you when it's time to get up. He turned to follow Remus out but paused as he noticed Harry looking around the room, seemingly lost. You okay? Harry blushed. Just a bit overwhelmed, I guess. Sirius nodded in understanding. Like Remus said, we're just a yell away if you need anything. He forced himself to continue walking out. Sirius! Harry called, stopping him just as he reached the door. Sirius glanced back, curious. Moody mentioned my dad was a hit wizard, and I was wondering, what did my mum do? Harry fidgeted with the edge of his shirt. Your mum signed up right after school to do a Mastery of Charms with Professor Flitwick. Your mum told me that when she completed her mastery, she wanted to teach. Then you came along, a very wanted but unexpected surprise. After that, your folks had to go into hiding, so she never got the opportunity. She would have made a great teacher. She was the brightest witch of our year. Thanks, Sirius, Harry said sincerely. For everything. No need to thank me, Harry. You get some rest. Sirius finally stepped out of the room and closed the door, laying his head against the wood to catch his breath. Harry was home, he was safe. Chapter 10, Healing Padfoot Pronglet. Remus swallowed the urge to yawn and tried to focus on his meeting with Brian. They were in Brian's office, located in a wonderful old building just off Diagon Alley. The office was large but unpretentious, which suited Brian well. A large bay window let sunlight flood across the sturdy desk and comfortable chairs. The bookcases lining the room were filled with legal books and journals. Did everything go as planned with obtaining custody of the boy? Brian asked as he reviewed the parchments in front of him. Pretty much, Remus replied, recalling the previous evening with satisfaction. His mind drifted to earlier that morning. He had bundled a newly de-aged Sirius and Harry into a car they had hired at 5 o'clock to drive them to the airport. They had both tugged at his heartstrings. It was like looking at what could have been had Sirius taken guardianship when Harry was a baby. Harry looked like a very cute, sleepy 5-year-old, while Sirius appeared as a very dangerous-looking 27-year-old. Remus had insisted on taking a photo. He's a remarkable 13-year-old boy if he didn't kick up a fuss about being sent to a health clinic, Brian said dryly, setting the parchments aside. Remus grinned. Ah, well, we might have led him to believe it's mostly for Sirius's benefit, and that the most he'll get is a checkup and then he can have a holiday. Sneaky. It was a bit of a conversational landmine, Remus recalled. Sirius had handled it well. In fact, Sirius had managed the whole evening with remarkable skill, only faltering momentarily over the topic of Dumbledore. Remus felt proud of him. When Sirius was healed, he would be a fantastic father to Harry. And Sirius did need healing. Remus had caught him drifting mid-sentence, staring off into space with a haunted expression. He was skin and bones despite creatures cooking and the nutrient potions the house elf insisted Sirius take. Sirius drank every morning, but despite that, he was surprisingly focused on one thing, Harry. Remus thought fondly that James would be proud of how Sirius had embraced his role as Harry's godfather. Lily, on the other hand, would be in disbelief at Sirius's transformation from a somewhat reckless youth. Remus felt sadness that Sirius hadn't had the chance to change 12 years earlier. The confirmation that there had been no trial wasn't a shock, but it still felt like a blow. After hearing the news, Sirius had spent the day in a fury. Remus had channeled that anger into meticulously reviewing their plans to ensure nothing went wrong. The previous evening had been difficult as Remus tried to explain to Harry their anger at Albus, without listing all their growing complaints against him. The main concern was Harry's treatment by the Dursleys. Remus sensed that Harry needed healing as much as Sirius. Harry's size and stature indicated malnutrition, and the way he broke down when Sirius confirmed he was his guardian had shaken Remus deeply. "Did you get a chance to ask the young man about prosecuting his relatives?" Brian asked. If Remus hadn't known that his lycanthropy blocked any kind of mind reading, he would have worried that Brian had picked that topic straight from his thoughts. He sighed and nodded. He said, and I quote, "I just want shot of them. Sirius and I agree they won't come near him again, so that's settled." "Ah. Well, I can't blame the boy. It's probably for the best. A prosecution would have been an ordeal for him," Brian murmured. "I assume you looked at the report compiled by Amelia Bones." "Actually, no," Remus replied, shaking his head. "Sirius took a copy for the healers at the clinic, but he wouldn't read it. He said Harry would talk to us when he was ready. I won't read it either because I fear that if I do, I'll hex the Dursleys. Deal with them again." Brian raised an eyebrow. "Some would say they deserve it." "They'll get their comeuppance eventually," Remus promised fiercely. "Sirius and I will ensure it once Harry is of age, and Petunia can't even remotely threaten to take Harry away from Sirius." "You think they'll try to reverse the guardianship?" "It's unlikely, but I'm not ruling it out," Remus replied. "Mostly because I wouldn't put it past Vernon Dursley to realize that if they got a new house for Harry, they could potentially extort more. I assume that Black would prosecute them for extortion in that case," Brian said, picking up the cup on his desk. Remus nodded, draining his own cup of tea. Sirius would if Remus had anything to say about it. "A topic for another day," he said, knowing they had meandered from the purpose of the meeting. "Are we organized for the press this week?" Brian nodded. "Everything's been arranged. There'll be a press feature tomorrow reminding people of Sirius's efforts during the last war, his friendship with the Potters, and hopefully various statements from friends and supporters once the news breaks today about his innocence. The day after that, the press will have the escaped story emphasizing the want to protect Harry, and the day after that, the Ministry will announce its decision that Sirius has been awarded guardianship." "Good," Remus said, relieved everything was in place. "Yes," Brian brushed off his robes absently, "and don't think I won't be charging Black Danger money for having to go into the Ministry every day." Remus smiled at him. "Well, I could do it, but his senior undersecretary is likely to panic when she realizes I'm a werewolf." Brian laughed. "Merlin, but she's a toad. How the Loras ever got that position?" He shook his head. "You know it's going to cause a bit of a storm that Lord Black has a werewolf as his steward when your condition leaks out to the press. The Light will assume that it's a confirmation he's dark because he's hiring a dark creature, and the Dark will think it's a confirmation that he's Light because he's not discriminating against werewolves." Remus's lips twitched. "I think Sirius is looking forward to confounding people. I won't care about the publicity, although it will help promote Sirius's political agenda. Honestly, making sure Sirius and Harry have a good life is my only objective." "And that's a good objective," Brian agreed, raising his cup in a silent toast. "Moving on to other legal matters, I've spoken with Liam Arkham. We've come to a gentleman's agreement regarding the Potters since they were the original solicitors of record. He has submitted the paperwork we completed when Amelia agreed to act as executor to get the guardianship through. The outstanding bequests will go through within the next couple of days, and there will be a will reading. He gave me a letter to forward to Sirius. I assume it's a proposal for resuming their role as the Potter solicitors. You obviously have our proposal. Mary Barron is very good, and we can maintain separation to ensure there is no conflict of interest." Remus took the letter and placed it in his briefcase. Arkham was a good firm, but Sirius had not been impressed that they had allowed the will to go missing in the first place, effectively condemning Harry to the Dursleys. Regardless of Sirius's situation and the Longbottoms, Minerva McGonagall, who had been a close friend of James's mother, had been named as an alternative guardian for Harry. Andromeda Tonks, a distant cousin to James and a former member of the House of Black before her marriage to a Muggleborn, had also been considered. Sirius was determined that Harry needed to have input on who would represent him. He had decided that Harry would meet with the candidates, and they would discuss it, something Brian already knew. "Anything else to discuss today?" Remus asked, glancing at the clock. He wanted to get to Gringotts before the ministry press conference. Just a... Remember, we need to confirm Lord Black's plans for the Black family meeting if he wants to proceed with his schedule, Remus said, grimacing. The Lestranges are a certainty. You can prepare the dissolution of the marriage and disownment papers. The Tonks are also certain to be reinstated. And the Malfoys? Brian asked. That's the difficult one, Remus confessed. Do we leave Malfoy in place and use the Black primacy to keep him in line, or do we remove him and risk someone else stepping into the vacuum he leaves? Better the devil we know. Brian questioned with a nod. I can understand that. Remus pursed his lips thoughtfully. Prepare the dissolution of marriage and disownment papers. Sirius may use them, or he may not, but at least they'll be ready. Brian nodded. And adoption papers? Prepare them, Remus replied simply. He thought Harry would appreciate the security of being adopted by Sirius. Brian made a note, and Remus got to his feet, straightening his robes. Sirius had insisted on buying him new clothing, and Remus had agreed, knowing he needed to look the part as steward for Lord Black. He bade farewell to Brian and made his way out of the building and down Diagon Alley towards Gringotts. He was surprised at how much he was enjoying his new position. He and Sirius had worked out the details the day after their reunion. Although Remus held the title of steward, his responsibilities would be fluid, depending on Sirius's and Harry's needs. Primarily, he would handle the financials and estate management while Sirius focused on the politics. Sirius had also made it clear that he expected Remus to help protect and guide Harry to resume his role as Uncle Moony. Remus was thrilled. He had moved into Grimmauld Place for convenience and rented out his old flat in Oxford to two very nice students who were starting their masters in the autumn at the university. Remus planned to stay over the summer. The new house in Hampshire would be ready by the time Sirius and Harry returned from the States, and he looked forward to moving into their new home. However, during the full moons, he would be locked away in his room at Grimmauld Place. Even though Sirius ensured he had the money to buy Wolfsbane, Remus refused to be anywhere near Harry when he transformed, and he had made Sirius promise not to argue with him about it. The last full moon had been too close for comfort. Gringotts was buzzing with people as Remus made his way to a teller. He informed the teller that he was there for a meeting with the family accounts manager, and a goblin was called to take him. They ascended the stairs to the offices, and Remus found himself ushered into a large room where Kitbold awaited him. They had already gone through the process once for the Black accounts. Documentation, Kitbold said crisply. Remus immediately drew out the relevant parchments from his case and handed them to the goblin. These included the Potter's will, the guardianship award of Harry to Sirius, and his own appointment as steward. Kitbold grunted. Gringotts acknowledges that you or Lord Black will represent the Potter heir in financial dealings concerning his estate going forward. He reached into a box on the desk and drew out a bronze key. You should present this in the future. Remus carefully pocketed the key. I want the current records and the portkeys to the various properties. Kitbold harumphed but walked over to a large filing cabinet and withdrew a file. He handed it to Remus. Same procedure as Black, tap the parchment with your wand and request details of the vault or property. Current information defaults to a summary. Remus nodded and placed the file in his case as Kitbold went over to a safe and pulled out a box containing the portkeys. He handed it to Remus, who stowed it away. They won't work until Potter claims his ring to lift the Death Fideus, Kitbold said bluntly. Asquith is the wizard financial manager of record. Do you want to fire him? I'll want to meet with him once I've reviewed the records, say tomorrow at 1, Remus replied. They had already fired the Black financial manager and replaced him with a goblin named Poon, based on Kitbold's recommendation. Poon was a genius with numbers and had a voracious appetite for profit. Sirius was liquidating any investments that seemed questionable and reinvesting in more reputable businesses. Kitbold grunted in acknowledgement. I'll inform appointments. Good profit to you, Remus said politely, leaving without further pleasantries. He made his way to the leaky cauldron to reach the Ministry of Magic. The atrium was crowded when Remus stepped out of the flue. He could see the raised dais set up for the press conference and the reporters already taking their seats. Amelia Bones was chatting with Brian and Alastair Moody in a corner. Remus discreetly hid behind a potted plant, not wanting to draw attention to himself. Fudge entered, and Remus's eyes widened at the sight of Albus trailing behind him. If Albus had messed up Sirius's freedom in any way, Remus would hold him accountable. Fudge ignored the chief warlock and walked up the steps to the dais. His entourage of department heads stopped at the foot of the steps, except for Amelia Bones, who made her way up to stand just behind Fudge. The head aura, Rufus Scrimger, hovered on the other side of the dais, while other red-robed auras patrolled the area. Many ministry employees gathered for the event. "Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the press, concerned citizens," Fudge began pompously from the lectern. "I have a statement to read, and then you may ask questions." Remus wasn't surprised when the crowd erupted in whispers after the first few sentences. Fudge had to call for order after declaring Sirius innocent, and again after announcing that Wormtail was alive and wanted. Remus glanced at Albus, found a stunned expression on the face of the headmaster. He had evidently not known what Fudge was going to announce. "Questions?" Fudge asked, placing the statement down. He pointed at a reporter in the first row. "Rita Skeeter, Minister, for the Daily Prophet," Rita said loudly. "Are you absolutely certain Black is innocent?" Fudge leaned over the lectern and nodded gravely. "Director Bones conducted a thorough investigation. The physical evidence clears Black of the explosion that killed the Muggles. Pettigrew was seen alive by witnesses, including Harry Potter, at Hogwarts at the time of Black's capture. Furthermore, they heard Pettigrew confess to betraying the Potters to you-know-who. Sirius Black is innocent." "But what about his reputation as the right hand of you-know-who?" another reporter shouted. "Unfortunately, articles and books written after the end of the war assumed facts not in evidence based on Black's arrest for the deaths of the Potters, Pettigrew, and the Muggles," Fudge replied carefully. "In fact, I was reminded that as a hit wizard in the employ of the Ministry, Sirius Black was responsible for the arrest and takedown of many Death Eaters before the defeat of you-know-who. Not only that, but he was a most trusted friend of Jane's and Lily Potter, who made him the godfather of their only son, Harry Potter, the boy who lived. The Ministry shares its part in the horrendous damage done to Mr. Black's reputation and has made reparations." "Where is Black now?" asked a male reporter from the front row. "Our sources place him abroad," Fudge said simply. "We reiterate that we would welcome him back to Britain should he choose to return." Rita stood up to regain the minister's attention. "Will actions be taken against those in the Ministry and Wizengamot who oversaw this terrible miscarriage of justice against former hit wizard Black?" Her gaze shifted to Dumbledore and then to Barty Crouch, who glared at her. Fudge cleared his throat. "We must remember that it was a time of war and chaos. The Ministry was operating under special authorities. Mr. Black should have had a trial to establish his innocence, without a doubt. However, we understand that circumstances led to this oversight." He paused. "I believe we should focus on two things. First, trusting that the current administration has ensured that justice has prevailed, and second, putting our efforts into capturing the real traitor and murderer, Peter Pettigrew. That will be all for today." He nodded and exited the dais, receiving a smattering of applause as he left. Remus let the crowd disperse before he slipped out from behind a pot plant and started toward the flue. Albus appeared so suddenly in front of him that Remus nearly bumped into him. "Remus! How delightful to see you here." "Albus," Remus replied, smiling politely as he caught his breath. "How are you?" "Fine, my dear boy," Albus said, waving away the question while casting a privacy bubble. "I didn't realize you had been invited." "I wasn't," Remus quickly corrected. "I heard about it and, well, I couldn't not be here." He winced at his ungrammatical statement. "Of course you couldn't," Albus agreed. "It is a remarkable turnaround by Cornelius." For the first time, Remus heard a hint of bewilderment in Albus's voice. "This has to be seen and heard to be believed. I assume you were interviewed?" "Under the usual oath of confidentiality," Remus confirmed smoothly. I doubt the ministry will let anyone but Harry's name be released. Possibly not, Albus replied. Speaking of Harry, I should write to him and let him know. I know he was interviewed, so he's probably eager to know the result. Remus said brightly, let me handle that. Dear boy, Albus said quickly, Harry is currently away with the Dursleys due to a family emergency. They won't appreciate our posts in the presence of other muggles. I'm sure you know best, Remus replied dryly, silently celebrating that their cover story for the Dursleys' departure from Privet Drive had worked. Albus smiled, apparently satisfied with Remus's compliance. I don't suppose you know where Sirius is? I'd be happy to collect him and let him know he can return. Somewhere abroad, but I don't know the exact location, Remus replied promptly. That was the truth, he had no idea where the plane was at that moment. Ah. Albus didn't seem upset. Remus knew Albus was weighing the option of searching for Sirius and convincing him that he knew best regarding Harry, against waiting until Sirius surfaced. Well, perhaps with all the foreign press Cornelius has arranged, he will be in touch sooner rather than later. Remus inclined his head. Albus suddenly turned to his left, and Remus saw Alastor Moody gesturing at Albus to take down the bubble. Albus did so quickly. Albus, Alastor growled. Alastor. Albus greeted him warmly. It's good to see you. May I introduce the outgoing Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts with the incoming? Remus, you remember Alastor Moody. Pleased to meet you again, Remus said automatically. It's been some time. A long time. Alastor regarded him stiffly before relaxing and taking his hand. Are you free to go over the details of what you covered in class and where you think the students are at with me? I can't today, and my new job keeps me busy, Remus replied. But I could spare a lunch, say, the day after tomorrow, at 1 o'clock at the Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade. Agreed, Alastor said. It's good to hear you found something so quickly despite how things ended at Hogwarts. I'm certain Severus didn't. Albus, Remus interrupted sharply, Severus has never acted without knowing exactly what he intends to do. He took a breath as Albus blinked in shock at Remus daring to speak out. I will admit I deserve to lose my position after forgetting my wolfsbane, but I can only hope that ousting me from Hogwarts is enough vengeance for him. As it stands, I assure you that when Sirius returns, he will not take kindly to Severus's treatment of Harry. And please don't deny it, Severus's unprofessional behavior is common knowledge among the students and staff. Frankly, he will deserve everything Sirius does to him, and I hope I get to watch. He turned to Alastor. I look forward to our lunch. As do I, Alastor replied dryly. Good day, Albus, Remus said politely. He sidestepped his old headmaster and strode toward the flue, feeling liberated. Sirius struggled to juggle the backpack, Harry's backpack, the documentation that the Muggle customs wanted, and Harry, who was fast asleep. They were meant to be disembarking. Here, let me help you, Cheryl. The elderly woman who had sat across the aisle from them on the plane, reached over and took Harry's backpack before the hovering air stewardess could intervene. Basil, take the other bag. Her husband smiled at Sirius. You might as well give it to me, otherwise she'll just punish us both. Sirius handed over the bag and adjusted his hold on Harry as they made their way off the plane and down a sterile corridor. It's very kind of you both. Nonsense. Cheryl stroked her hand over Harry's head. He's a lovely boy. 5-year-old Harry had charmed the pants off every woman in the first-class section where they had been seated. He had been polite and adorable. He had loved the children's movie they played, enjoyed the food, and taken great delight in the children's playpack that the stewardess had given them a few minutes into the flight. Sirius had enjoyed the playpack too, watching Harry have fun with it. It felt like something they both had missed out on was finally returned to them. Harry had also clung to a plush teddy bear wearing the airline's colors, which he hadn't let go of when he fell asleep. Apparently, being 5 was tiring, which made sense since taking care of a 5-year-old was exhausting. Before he knew it, Cheryl and Basil were helping Sirius through customs and into baggage claim, where Harry woke up. They finally separated as they walked into the arrivals area. Cheryl and Basil were greeted by their daughter while Sirius spotted a sign for his alias. He pushed the trolley holding their luggage and carefully walked Harry over, positioning his body between Harry and the middle-aged bald man holding up the placard. "The Valley Clinic?" Sirius asked. "Indeed," the driver replied, his blue eyes twinkling. "And you must be our new client, or should I say clients?" Sirius tensed automatically at the word clients. The driver's gaze returned to him, still sparkling. Your Uncle Alfred was quite the character. What was his motto again? Something about being up to no good. Sirius relaxed slightly at the mention of his uncle and his famous saying, which he had borrowed for the Marauders. "Sorry, it's been a long trip." "Yes, travel by plane is tiring, I'm led to believe." "Call me Mick." The driver subtly pushed Sirius aside and took ownership of the trolley. They walked out into the windy city of Chicago, and Sirius was glad he had thought to wear his jacket. He paused and crouched down beside Harry. "Cold?" he asked. Harry nodded, ducking his head shyly. Sirius helped zip up Harry's jacket and took his hand as they caught up with the waiting Mick. The car was a luxury sedan, and Mick wasn't surprised to see them. Sirius took the back seat with Harry. He helped Harry into the seatbelt and made sure it was secure. "The valley is a good 3-hour journey," Mick said. Sirius engaged Harry in the Who Can Spot the Most Red Cars game, telling him that Lily had made him play it when they traveled in the Muggle world. When Harry became tired and grumpy, Mick pointed out the water and food stored in a cooler. Harry fell asleep again as soon as he had eaten. Sirius resisted the urge to pull him out of the seatbelt and into his lap. Instead, he settled for stroking a hand through Harry's hair. 5-year-old Harry loved to hold Sirius's hand or be held for a cuddle. But the potion would wear off soon, and they would return to their usual ages. Sirius didn't want that. He wanted those years back. He wanted his godson to enjoy his childhood and to witness Harry take all the important milestones, just as he had sometimes dreamed in Azkaban. He took deep breaths to center himself. He also recognized that 13-year-old Harry was, in some ways, much more challenging to deal with and harder to get to know. He had thanked Remus profusely for helping with Harry the night before. 13-year-old Harry, almost 14, was on the edge of becoming a man. He needed the love and security of a parent, but he would rebel against being restricted, even for his own protection. Sirius knew they would have to navigate compromises between his need to protect Harry and Harry's need to assert his independence. The car pulled off the highway and into the countryside. Sirius watched carefully, alert to anything suspicious. A set of gates appeared seemingly out of nowhere, and Mick drove through them into a beautiful estate of lush green grass, leafy woodland, and perfect blue skies, just as his Uncle Alfred had described. Sirius knew Alfred had been fascinated by the history and the time bubble. The valley belonged to a tribe of Native American wizards. It was originally believed that the time bubble had been created in response to invading European armies. Men would enter the valley and return a week later as old men, or they wouldn't return at all. However, Alfred learned from the tribe elders that the time bubble had always existed. The tribe settled within it to protect it, eventually overcoming the temporal effects through amulets that kept them in sync with the outside world. They specialized in healing magic and welcomed individuals of all faiths and backgrounds who sought to learn the same. The valley became known as a place where those who were badly injured or ill could seek treatment, spending days healing but only losing a week in normal time. As the world advanced, the valley turned into an exclusive healing clinic that focused on difficult cases and catered to those with money to spare. They arrived at a tall white building with a glass front. Sirius woke Harry, and Mick swiftly escorted them inside to the waiting healer. Mick bowed before the gray-haired Native American man. "Healer Black Hawk." Black Hawk's gaze assessed Sirius. "Lord Black, I will reverse the de-aging potion on you and your charge, with your permission." Sirius nodded quickly. Black Hawk quietly radiated power, much like Dumbledore. He felt a surge of magic, and his skin rippled uncomfortably for a moment before settling. Beside him, he felt Harry transform back into his teenage state, his clothes transfiguring along with him. Black Hawk smiled kindly at Sirius. Your uncle was a good man, and I very much enjoyed our time together. I knew then you would one day seek our help. Thank you for welcoming us, Sirius said, uncertain of what else to say. The healer turned his attention to Harry. It is good to meet you, Harry Potter, he said solemnly. We have long expected you. Sirius frowned at Black Hawk's words. Greet his godson and moved closer to Harry. Harry didn't object and smiled uncertainly at the healer. Ah, hello, Harry said politely, fidgeting with the backpack he held. You understand you are now within the temporal bubble. Black Hawk informed them briskly. However much time you spend here, be it 5 minutes or 5 months, a week will have transpired in the outside world when you leave. Sirius nodded along with Harry. We understand, they replied. Good. Black Hawk led them through the reception area and opened a door that led into a wide courtyard. Sirius felt a bit wary at the lack of other people. Black Hawk noticed him looking around and smiled. In the clinic, you will see and hear no one but those assigned to your care. No one else will see you or hear you. Wow, Harry said, impressed, just as Sirius was. You're entitled to your privacy, Mr. Potter. Thank you, Harry said sincerely, his words heartfelt. Yes, thank you, Sirius echoed, pleased at the protection of Harry's identity. Harry grinned quickly at Sirius in a shared moment of satisfaction. Black Hawk led them into the building to their right and into a warm, friendly room. A sitting area was off to the left, and a table set out with food was to the right. This is my consulting room. Please, both of you take a seat and have some refreshments. You have had a long journey. There is a bathroom if you wish to freshen up. He left them to it, and they quickly made short work of the sandwiches and juice. Sirius urged Harry to clean up before he made use of the bathroom himself. He felt grimy and longed for a shower and a bed. He made do and returned to the room just as Black Hawk rejoined them with a woman who reminded him of McGonagall. She was introduced as Dr. Helen Jordan. They sat on sofas facing each other, the healers on one side, and Sirius and Harry on the other. Black Hawk gestured at Sirius. We will discuss your treatment afterwards, Lord Black. I would like to first discuss your ward's treatment, Dr. Jordan said. Shouldn't there be scans first? Harry asked, feeling confused. He instinctively moved closer to Sirius. Sirius placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. I admit I have the same question, he said. All the scans were performed passively during the time you've already spent in this room, Jordan explained kindly. Saves time, Sirius quipped, feeling a bit disturbed that they had been monitored without his knowledge. Black Hawk turned his attention back to Sirius. It is normally our practice to discuss treatment with the child present, if that's okay with you. Sirius could sense Harry bristling at being called a child. Harry's a young man, not a child, I think, he said, looking at his godson. Are you okay with staying? I'll stay, Harry replied immediately. They both turned back to Black Hawk with expectant looks. We'll start with the minor and work our way up to the major, Black Hawk explained, gesturing for Jordan to take over. Sirius felt Harry tense under his hand but didn't remove it. He kept it there as a silent sign of support. Mr. Potter? Jordan began. Harry, please, Harry interrupted. She smiled gently. Harry, you have some malnutrition and physical weakness caused by a poor diet. We can easily fix this with potions and a better diet going forward. We also incorporate Muggle techniques in our healing, which is why I'm a doctor as well as a healer. We want to build up your physical fitness, so there will be an exercise program for you. It'll get you in top shape for Quidditch. How does that sound so far? Okay, Harry said warily, and Sirius knew he was waiting for the other shoe to drop. Jordan smiled kindly. We also believe it would be a good idea for you to see a mind healer and learn some defensive mind magic. Sirius had to hand it to them. Harry would have protested at the mention of a mind healer, but this last dangling carrot seemed to keep him interested. Defensive? Mind magic? Harry asked eagerly. An art called occlumency, Dr. Jordan replied. It helps keep your secrets and your mind safe. It would offer another layer of protection against dementors. Brilliant, Harry said with relief. He exchanged a glance with Sirius, acknowledging that he would be learning something they had already discussed. Sirius gave his shoulder a reassuring squeeze as Dr. Jordan looked at Black Hawk. There is also something our scans found that we need to discuss with you to determine a path forward, Black Hawk said solemnly. Harry tensed up, and Sirius's eyes narrowed at Black Hawk. I do not know if you are aware, but your father and mother invoked a spell that placed a protective barrier around you, Black Hawk began. Yes, that is. I was attacked in my first year, and the headmaster said my mother's love protected me, Harry said quietly. Is that what you mean? In part, Black Hawk agreed. The spell is powered by your family magic, so he must have called it forth and sent it to your mother somehow. Sirius's eyes widened. Family magic was used to bind oaths and judge their breaking. It was an additional power source, but only for the head of house. It had been the reason James was able to ensure he and Lily survived 3 encounters with Voldemort. How had James convinced the magic to power a spell Lily had cast? However, Black Hawk continued, the spell itself works only if a mother sacrifices her own life for her child, and her love for you was the reason she could make that sacrifice. Sirius watched anxiously as Harry considered Black Hawk's description, Harry's hands twisting nervously in his lap. When the Dementors. I hear them. Dad telling her to take me and run, and Mum begging Voldemort to leave me and kill her instead, Harry said softly. He told her to stand aside, but she wouldn't. Sirius's heart broke at the thought. Of course she wouldn't, he said gently. She loved you very much. Sirius pulled Harry into a half-hug and was surprised when Harry didn't resist the comfort. Your family magic must be very powerful, Dr. Jordan said. The magic invoked is incredibly complex. All around you is a magical barrier. The one who tried to kill you would never be able to touch you. He couldn't, Harry admitted ruefully, his eyes downcast. A couple of years ago, Voldemort possessed someone who attacked me, and I think my protection killed him, the man, even though the headmaster said it was the possession that did it. Possession is a tricky business, Black Hawk interjected before Sirius could respond. It is likely that Albus Dumbledore was correct. This host would not have survived, no matter that your protection did what it was meant to do and saved you. Think of it this way, Harry, Sirius said, ignoring the look of alarm on Jordan's face at Harry's claim about Voldemort. Your Hogwarts, and your folks surrounded you with a forbidden forest to protect you. Just because the forest did its job and kept someone from harming you, it doesn't make it your fault that they came to harm. Understand? It was not your fault. Harry drew in a deep breath and nodded shakily. Sirius wondered if it was the first time Harry had talked about his experience and glanced over at Jordan, who nodded in understanding. It would be addressed in Harry's treatment. Sirius turned his attention back to Black Hawk. "You're concerned about the protection in some way?" he asked. "No, not at all," Jordan hurried to reassure him. "The protection actually increases his natural healing abilities and helps his magic. What we wish to discuss is the crack in the protection," Black Hawk explained, his eyes shifting to Harry's forehead. Harry lifted his fringe and fingered his scar. Sirius began to regret giving Harry the option to stay. "Exactly," Black Hawk said approvingly. "This is where Voldemort struck you with the killing curse, yes? Unfortunately, nothing can stop that. Most wizards cannot dodge the killing curse, nor can they throw a heavy object into its path or conjure a wave of raw magic to redirect it. The curse hit the barrier and heated it, creating your scar. When you were scared and hurt, you likely sent out a wave of accidental magic. This combined with the protection pushed the curse back towards Voldemort, destroying his body," Dr. Jordan explained. Sirius rubbed Harry's back to soothe him as Harry shifted restlessly, agitated by the discussion. "So what's the problem with my scar?" Harry asked bluntly, eager to get to the point. "Can you get rid of it? We've detected a dark residue of magic around your scar, bearing the signature of your enemy," Black Hawk admitted. "It's okay, Harry," Sirius said, keeping his arm around him. Harry flinched and glared at Black Hawk, who looked back calmly. "You can get rid of this residue?" Harry asked, fearing what it might mean. He didn't need to know he could be carrying a part of Voldemort's soul. Black Hawk nodded. "We will need to drain your magical core to a low level to remove the residue. Once it's gone, we can heal the scar and restore your magic. However, we must consider that this connection to your enemy exists." He paused. "If your enemy is weak, the connection is dormant. You might feel pain around your scar in his presence." Harry nodded quickly. "If your enemy grows stronger, the connection could expand, giving you visions of his movements," Black Hawk continued. "It could be an advantage, but it also makes you vulnerable. Just as you can see him, he may be able to see you." Sirius felt Harry tremble against him and turned to face him fully, placing his hands over Harry's. "Harry, look at me." Harry slowly lifted his eyes until they met Sirius's. "Didn't I say we would discuss important things before making a decision? What do you honestly want to do?" Sirius asked simply. "Get rid of it," Harry blurted out. Sirius felt a rush of relief. I don't want any kind of connection to him, but..." "No buts," Sirius said firmly. "We're in complete agreement." He squeezed Harry's hands. Despite wanting to pull Harry into a hug regardless of their audience, he knew the 13-year-old would hate it if he did. Instead, Sirius moved back to his previous position but put his arm around his godson's shoulders. "We'll do the procedure to cleanse his scar." Black Hawk nodded, and Sirius could see the approval in the old wizard's eyes. "There is one other additional problem we have, and that is a childhood binding on Harry's magical core," Jordan added. Sirius frowned. "James placed one when he was about 4 months old, I think. Lily didn't want to, but he was displaying a lot of magic, doing spontaneous transfigurations actually. James eventually convinced her that if they didn't, Harry might harm himself or them accidentally." Harry perked up at the story of his babyhood, but he was too pale, and Sirius could see the fear in his eyes. The connection business scared him, and Sirius couldn't blame him. It was scary. The healer who oversaw it said that the binding would fade around the time Harry turned 10, Sirius added, confused. "That binding has indeed faded," Jordan replied. "No, there is a second binding that was performed when he was 15 months old. It restricts the power he can consciously access. This binding has ensured the dark residue would not grow stronger than the child," Black Hawk explained. "It has the magical signature of Albus Dumbledore." "Dumbledore?" Sirius gritted his teeth and tried to control his rising fury. Remus had been wrong, he realized. Dumbledore didn't think Harry was average and had nothing to do with getting rid of Voldemort. No, Dumbledore had known Harry had power, but the meddling old coot had found the soul fragment. Instead of getting rid of it, he had bound Harry's core, likely because Dumbledore wanted the advantage of the connection. Sirius felt his control slipping and wrestled it back. Harry needed him to be calm. "But it needs to be removed," Black Hawk continued. "We propose to remove the binding once the cleansing is complete." "Agreed," Sirius said quickly. "We'll assess any power issues after the binding is taken away," Jordan added. Black Hawk regarded both Harry and Sirius thoughtfully. "You must be exhausted from your journey. Perhaps we should discuss your treatment tomorrow, Lord Black." "It's serious," Sirius replied. "Yes, resting and settling in sounds like a good idea." He gave Harry a reassuring smile as they got to their feet. Everything was going to be okay. They would eliminate the dark stain of Voldemort, restore Harry's power, and get him healthy. Then Sirius would think of a suitable way to completely destroy Albus Dumbledore. Chapter 11, Healing Padfoot and Pronglet. With yesterday's shocking news that Sirius Black is innocent, we at the Daily Prophet have returned to the beginning to uncover who the real Sirius Black is and what might have motivated those in power to incarcerate an innocent man. Black was the eldest son of Orion and Walburga Black, the first Black in history to be sorted into Gryffindor at Hogwarts. There, he made friends with James Potter, a distant cousin through Doria Black. he and Potter were considered inseparable throughout their school days. Head of Gryffindor, Minerva McGonagall, recalls that it was as though they shared the same brain. At the age of 16, Black left his family after a disagreement over their open support of you-know-who and was given sanctuary by the Potters, a family that had always stood for the light. Another friend of the Potters, Amos Diggory, notes that Black was Potter's brother in all but blood. After graduating at the top of his class, Black joined the Hit Wizards, partnering with Potter during training. Ex-senior Auror Alastair Moody, his training instructor, remembers that Black was a great Hit Wizard, the best. There was nobody better at taking down Death Eaters. Indeed, Black was so skilled that he was promoted quickly and is the officer of record for 18 Death Eater executions in battle. In his personal life, Black was linked with several witches. Polly Bell remembers fondly that after James and Lily wed, Lily went on a bit of a matchmaking exercise for Black, trying to get him to settle down. She thought he went on the dates to make her happy, having stood by James as his best man. Black had a bit of a reputation as a rake, but the ladies we spoke to recalled him as a perfect gentleman. In late 1980, Black was captured by Death Eaters while undercover abroad. His rescue was shrouded in secrecy. Sirius Black was badly injured during the events mentioned earlier. He recuperated with the Potters, and after the birth of their son, Harry, he was named as godfather. Healer Clarence Abbey told the Daily Prophet that Black was present at the birth and was the one who handed his godson to the proud parents, stating, "He doted on the child, anyone could see it." This raises the question of whether Black's swift exile to Azkaban after October 31, 1981, was less about his guilt and more about determining the future of the boy who lived. With Black out of the picture, the orphan Harry was placed in the Muggle world. Strangely, Black's sacrifices during the war, his long stand against you-know-who, and his deep friendship with the Potters were all forgotten. Rumors circulated that now that Black had been declared innocent, he would sue for custody of Harry Potter and bring him back to our world. The Prophet wished him every success and welcomed their forgotten hero home. Remus wondered if he should feel slightly nauseous at the outpouring of sentiment as he folded the paper and tossed it aside. Brian's press strategy was going well, and the groundwork had been laid for the announcement of Harry's guardianship. He wondered if Albus felt sick reading the Prophet that morning. He hoped so. Closing his eyes, he pinched the bridge of his nose. He really needed to get over his anger at Albus. He owed the old wizard for providing him with a magical education, and Albus was a great wizard deserving of respect. Except in the matter of Harry and Sirius. Remus wasn't sure he would ever be able to forgive Albus for the Dursleys and for not ensuring that Sirius received a trial, condemning him to 12 years of hell. Yes, Remus thought dryly, he was doing really well at getting over his anger at Albus. He glanced at the clock and pulled the Potter file back toward him. He had fired the financial manager earlier that afternoon and put Poon in charge. The good news was that the main bulk of the estate had gone into lockdown. Monies were supplied to the various caretakers of the properties for maintenance, but nothing substantial. However, the investment portfolio had been left to deteriorate, and from what Remus could gather, a lot of money had been lost. The outlook wasn't too bad, Harry was still wealthy. But if it had been left until Harry turned 17, Remus believed Harry's estate would have been halved in value. Kip Bold had been just as unimpressed as Remus when he explained the reasons behind the termination. He set the Potter file aside and started going through the mail that had arrived. It had been almost a week since Sirius had informed the Black family members that there was a new Lord Black. They had been instructed to reply care of Gringotts, and Remus had collected the mail while he was there. Most of the distant relatives already had a head of house in a good position to serve them, such as the Weasleys, so Sirius had ignored those replies for when his identity would be announced. But Remus was impressed by how Sirius had tracked down other relatives who were not so fortunate or who had been blasted from the family tree. Dear Lord Black, or should that be cousin? Thanks for the recent letter to touch base and see what the Hitchins clan is up to in Canada. There's just me and my sister Fiona now. Fi married last year to a woman called Ola, they're both happy and thinking of adopting a baby. I'm married to a beautiful woman myself, Joanne. We have 3 children, Amy, and twins Billy and Ray. Amy is 12 and attends a special school for the gifted in Vancouver. We're very proud of her. Billy and Ray are still in kindergarten but are great kids. We'd love to stay in touch. Joe's thrilled at the idea that we're related to an English lord. Cheers, Rob Hitchens. The marriage of Isla Black to a Muggle man named Hitchens had started the line from the Black perspective, but it had not produced a magical offspring. As far as Sirius could tell, Rob Hitchens, a descendant of Isla, was a Muggle working for a consultancy firm. That didn't stop Sirius from sending his "Are you okay?" letter. As Sirius pointed out, his mother was probably rolling in her grave. Remus read over the letter again and noted the phrasing about the girl's schooling. It was the usual cover story for magic. Sirius would want to investigate further. "Sirius, you old dog, you can't fool me. The news of your innocence just reached me through international law enforcement channels. I'm glad you're the Lord, and I expect you'll redecorate the whole house. Australia is great, Uncle Alfred was right about that, you really should have come with me. I'm a respectable senior aura here in Sydney these days. I married Anna, a Muggle-born, 2 years ago, and she just gave birth to my firstborn, Jason. My sister Emile is still in France, married to a pureblood bastard, and they had a child. Let's say no more about that. I should warn you that she may approach you for a rapprochement. My younger half-sister Susie is a squib like our late father and looks after the evil stepmother, who is still alive, unfortunately, and living at the old place just outside Paris. No husband on the horizon, but Susie's a good girl. Yeah, we should probably arrange a call to discuss matters. Now that you've pointed it out to me, I wouldn't want someone like Malfoy getting hold of anything if you were to unexpectedly die either. Give me a shout when you're available. Simeon Black." Remus laughed out loud and set the letter aside for Sirius to read. He knew Simeon, Marius Black's son, was Sirius's choice to become regent of the House of Black in the event of his untimely death. Separate arrangements would be made regarding Harry's guardianship and the House of Potter, but Simeon would effectively take financial and political control until Harry, Sirius's legally declared heir, came of age. It sounded like Simeon. Sirius and Simeon were quite alike. Sirius had acknowledged that they were around the same age, and Alfred had introduced them when Sirius was 8. They had been on and off pen pals until Simeon left France just after Sirius graduated from Hogwarts. "Lord Black, thank you for your recent announcement and inquiry. I do not require the assistance of the House of Black. My great-nephew, Cletus Polt, will assume the House of Burke upon reaching adulthood. Your cousin, Beatrice." Remus grimaced. Beatrice Burke was 102 years old, set in her ways, and considered quite difficult. Sirius hadn't known about the great-nephew, or Remus was sure he would have avoided mentioning her. "My Lord Black, thank you for your recent letter. My situation is comfortable. My husband Theodore and I take great joy in our daughter, Nymphadora. We have no immediate need for assistance. We would be delighted to attend a family meeting at your convenience. Your cousin, Andromeda." Remus knew Sirius would be pleased with that, as he wanted to bring the Tonks back into the family. He picked up the final letter. "My dear Lord Black, I express my thanks and appreciation for your recent announcement and inquiry. My marriage to Lucius is successful, and our partnership is influential in British politics. You will find us helpful in navigating the current landscape. We have increased the black wealth endowed to us. Our son, Draco, is at Hogwarts and performs well in most subjects, excelling in potions and winning the role of Seeker for his house team. You will find him a delightful addition to the Black family. We have no immediate need for assistance but welcome the return of the protection and patronage of the House of Black. We are at your service and will be delighted to attend a family meeting at your convenience. Your cousin, Narcissa." Remus stuck his tongue out at the letter in a childish manner. He clipped his notes to each letter and filed them away for Sirius to review when he returned. Back. He checked the clock, finished his tea, and quickly made his way to the flue in the reception room, summoning his briefcase along the way. He had almost forgotten about the interview he needed to conduct. He flew to the leaky cauldron and took a key from Tom, which led to a private sitting room just off the main area. Remus thoroughly checked the room and cast a privacy charm. The knock came almost immediately, and Remus called for the applicant to enter. Penelope Clearwater walked in and stopped in surprise at the sight of him. "Please take a seat, Miss Clearwater," Remus said, motioning to the chair across from him. "Professor," Penelope said, "I didn't realize you would be interviewing me. Professor Flitwick didn't mention it when he informed me of the opportunity." Remus noted her nervousness with a regretful sigh. "If you're too anxious about interviewing with a werewolf, Miss Clearwater, you're probably not right for this job, as it involves working with me." "Oh no, that's not it," Penelope quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry. And just..." Her hand flailed weakly. "Nervous?" Remus suggested dryly. "Yes," Penelope admitted. "I've had plenty of interviews, but I just don't know why I don't get the job, and it's made me, well, shall you just give me the bad news now?" She looked utterly miserable, and thanks to Phileas, Remus understood why. Penelope had been a prefect, excelled in her newts by all accounts, yet she had been turned down for position after position. Remus assumed it was because she was Muggle-born. Phileas had heard from Albus about Remus's good fortune in securing a new position and had sent a note asking if Remus knew of any suitable work for Penelope. "Take a seat, Miss Clearwater," Remus said with more authority, pleased when she hurried to the chair and sat down, placing her bag on the floor. She straightened her tidy navy robes. "Thank you, Professor. I mean, Mr. Did Professor Flitwick tell you what the opportunity was?" Remus asked, hoping Phileas had shared that much with her. "A secretarial position," Penelope replied, clearly trying to sound excited about something she found rather dull. "A little bit more than that," Remus said. "What I'm going to tell you needs to remain confidential, whether you take the position or not." She nodded quickly. "I'm the steward of an ancient and noble house, which means I manage the financials and estate. The Lord has just taken over the head of house duties and will be assuming a seat in the Wizengamot. This means meetings and social events. We need an executive assistant to handle scheduling, organize our events, correspond with senior figures, take minutes, and manage everything we won't have time to deal with. I'm sure you're more than capable of handling it, given your academic expertise." He paused and asked, "What was the first position you applied for?" "An administrator role in the Department of Magical Transportation," Penelope answered. "I had hoped to begin a career in the ministry." "An admirable goal," Remus said. "This opportunity would give you the political exposure, contacts, and sponsorship you need to get into the ministry as a Muggle-born." Penelope's eyebrows shot up at his bluntness. "You mean I didn't get a position because of, but that's discrimination and..." She stopped abruptly, realizing who she was speaking to, and quickly covered her mouth. "Oh, I'm so..." "No apologies necessary," Remus said, waving her off. "The truth is, we're both discriminated against, myself officially under law and you unofficially under tradition. The ministry prefers to appoint purebloods first." "I think Mr. Weasley tried to warn me," Penelope admitted ruefully. She took a breath and fixed Remus with a determined look. "I'm happy to take the position if you'll have me." "Good," Remus said. "When can you start?" "Tomorrow," Penelope replied. "You'll need to come to the house. Shall we say 10 o'clock? Remus gestured with his wand over a slip of parchment. Penelope frowned as she took hold of it. "My steward Remus Lupin invites you to 12 Grimmauld Place." "The Fidelius charm?" Penelope asked excitedly. "He's quite protective of his privacy. The parchment will be blank for anyone but you," Remus said dryly. "I'll explain everything tomorrow. You should be prepared to take an employment oath, and we'll go over your duties and salary then." He got to his feet. Penelope stood up, extended her hand, and offered a bright smile. "Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Lupin. Call me Remus." "We will be colleagues," Remus replied, shaking her hand. "Oh, well then you must call me Penelope," she said, letting go and picking up her bag. "Thanks again, Remus." She bit her lip. "Lordy, that was weird. Think how I felt when I called my old head of house Minerva for the first time, Remus commiserated cheerfully, laughing at her horrified expression as she realized he meant Professor McGonagall. I'll see you tomorrow. He waited until she was gone before he took down the privacy charm, grinning to himself all the while. A Muggleborn assistant for Lord Black. Sirius's ancestors would be disgusted at letting a Muggleborn have such a prestigious position, and Sirius was going to be delighted. We're losing him. Sirius felt his heart stutter in his chest, but he refused to leave his place by Harry's side as the healers bustled around him, trying to save his godson. Neither he nor Harry had slept well in the cabin they had been assigned the night before. It was a great cabin. It had 2 bedrooms, a shower room, a large den, and a small kitchenette. There was even a private pool attached. But they hadn't been able to appreciate it fully after the news about Harry's condition. Harry's scar was a source of concern. Sirius had gotten up in the middle of the night to find Harry sitting in front of the fire in the den. He transformed into Padfoot to offer comfort, believing Harry might open up to his alter ego rather than worry his anxious godfather. As Harry petted him, he slowly began to share his fears about the treatment, the residue, and their connection. Sirius felt he had made the right choice. By morning, Harry was scared but resolute, and Sirius had never been prouder of him. Harry asked tentatively if Sirius would stay with him during the procedures. Sirius immediately reassured him that he would be there every step of the way. He held Harry's hand tightly. Harry had been given a potion that rendered him unconscious. A metal bracelet was placed on one wrist, draining his magic. A balding, middle-aged healer named Darcy was at Harry's head, wearing strange goggles and holding a wand shaped like a Muggle scalpel. He was trying to pry the dark piece of the foreign soul away from Harry's scar. Everything was going well until the dark blob caught on the wand and began to fight back, additional tendrils reaching toward Harry faster than Darcy could cauterize them. Harry started to thrash violently. Jordan and another female healer, Gargu, stepped in to hold him down. Then, Harry stopped breathing. Black Hawk stepped up and waved his wand furiously over Harry's body. A breathing apparatus appeared over Harry's mouth and nostrils, sending oxygen into him. Sirius felt he could breathe again too, though his heart pounded loudly in his chest. We need to drain his magic more. This bastard is fighting tooth and nail here. Darcy snapped, his blue eyes flashing at Black Hawk. If we drain any more of the magical core, we'll kill the boy. Jordan argued. She is right, Black Hawk said. We did not anticipate the soul piece being so strong. It must have fed a great deal on the boy's magic despite the binding. Gargu snapped her fingers, her dark eyes darting towards Black Hawk. We need to give Potter power without giving the soul piece any. How? Darcy demanded, even as he severed another tendril trying to make its way from the dark shape at the end of the wand back to Harry. Several tendrils still clung to the scar, holding on with all their might. The only magic that answers to the boy alone would be his family magic, Black Hawk stated swiftly. He looked over Harry's prone form to Sirius. Can you call it through the Godfather oath? Sirius had no idea. He had never heard of family magic being called that way. But he nodded sharply. I can try. He cleared his throat, brought Harry's hand to rest against his heart, and placed his own remaining hand over Harry's thin, naked chest. I, Sirius Orion Black, godfather to Harry James Potter in heart, in magic, in oath. This son of the House of Potter has need of you. Familius Magicus Protectus. Suddenly, a golden mist sprang up from Harry's skin and formed a fierce griffin that let out a wild cry. The griffin looked toward Sirius, and somehow, he knew what it wanted and what he had to do. I, Sirius Orion Black, head of the House of Black, call forth the magic of the House of Black. Familius Magicus Protectus. The silver snake of the House of Black poured out of the house ring. For a long moment, the snake and griffin looked at each other before the snake dove into the griffin, merging with it. The griffin doubled in size and roared. Dear Merlin! Jordan gasped. Darcy's brow ran with sweat as he lifted his eyes momentarily to the frightening sight of the griffin. He continued his work throughout the calling, focused on trying to remove the dark magic. The griffin roared again and dove for Harry's scar, forcing Darcy to retreat and lose the dark soul at the end of his wand. Suddenly, the griffin was there. One claw pierced the boy's head and emerged with the last of the tendrils, while the other captured the dark soul fragment in its talons. For a moment, there was silence. Then, the dark form screamed as the talons shredded it to nothing. The griffin let out a satisfied roar and settled back onto Harry's chest. The silver snake from the House of Black slowly reformed beside the griffin. The two totems bowed to each other before the snake vanished. The griffin shape shimmered and destabilized, transforming back into a golden mist that sank into Harry's skin. Sirius realized, half hysterically, that James hadn't sent the magic to Lily, he had sent it to Harry. Somehow, as a baby, perhaps due to the sheer terror of that moment with Voldemort and the trauma of witnessing his mother's death, Harry had used that magic. He had helped power his mother's spell so much that his family magic became part of the blood protection Lily had given him. It was no wonder Voldemort couldn't touch him. Not only was there the blood ward, but it was also merged with the purest light magic of the House of Potter. Black Hawk tapped the metal bracelet, and Harry's magic began to return to him. Sirius pressed a kiss to Harry's palm and rubbed his thumb over the boy's knuckles. "Almost done, Harry," he whispered soothingly to the unconscious child. Darcy had switched to a regular wand and was busy magically cleansing the bleeding scar on Harry's forehead. Gargu stood ready with salve and bandages to assist once he finished. Jordan banished the apparatus, satisfied that Harry was breathing on his own again. The bracelet fell away, signaling that Harry's magic was restored, and Black Hawk moved immediately, his wand weaving over Harry. Harry's form shifted in a delicate pattern, working to remove the binding placed on him. With each swish of the wand, he began to glow, and Sirius anxiously looked at Black Hawk. Black Hawk's expression turned grave, but he continued his work, and Harry's glow intensified with each movement. "Healers, move back!" Black Hawk ordered as the light became blinding. Darcy, Gargu, and Jordan quickly complied. Another swish followed, and there was a flash like a camera that made Sirius blink. A rush of pure power slammed into him, the backlash from the binding being released. Without a second thought, he threw himself over Harry, shielding his godson. Then, there was silence. Sirius looked up to see Black Hawk picking himself up off the floor. He limped back to Harry and began a diagnostic while the other healers returned to their positions. Sirius felt Harry's racing heartbeat beneath his palm and slowly eased back to stand beside him again. Black Hawk started another set of wand movements. "I am effectively bandaging Harry's magical core in healing magic. It is wounded after the removal of such a powerful binding." Sirius nodded, feeling relieved. Darcy stepped back, and Gargu applied salve to Harry's forehead before using her wand to wrap a bandage around his head. Jordan approached with 3 vials, pouring their contents directly into Harry's system. She caught Sirius's worried gaze and smiled reassuringly. "One potion is a nutrient and strengthening potion to help his body recover. One is a pain potion, and the other is a sleeping potion. He needs to remain calm and still while his core heals. We will wake him tomorrow," Black Hawk said as he finally stepped away. "Remarkable," Darcy agreed. "I've never seen anything as powerful as that soul fragment." He sighed. "Evil things. I haven't seen one since I returned from service in Korea. I've never seen family magic work that way," Gargu said, sending a questioning look toward Sirius. "Me either," Sirius replied, stroking Harry's sweat-soaked hair away from his bandaged scar. Family magic wasn't supposed to act with sentience like the griffin had. It wasn't meant to combine with another's family magic to assist it the way the snake had. Sirius had no idea how it had happened. He wondered if it had something to do with what Harry had accidentally done to incorporate the magic into his protection. In truth, Sirius didn't care, he was just thankful it had worked. "I have often thought that what we know about magic is far overshadowed by what we do not," Black Hawk said wisely. They left him then, and Sirius sat by Harry's bedside, holding onto his godson's hand. He felt content watching Harry take breath after beautiful breath. Sirius felt as though he had lost a good decade of his life. He figured that as soon as he got to a mirror, he would find every single hair had turned grey. The worst was over, he reminded himself. Harry was safe and on the road to recovery. Still, Sirius had no intention of moving until Harry woke up. He was vaguely aware of the passing time as Jordan came by, administering more pain potion to Harry and checking his vital signs. The shadows crept from one side of the room to the other. It was late when Black Hawk entered, checking on Harry with a grace that spoke of his years of practice. Sirius mostly ignored him. "We should discuss your treatment," Black Hawk said when he was done. "We delayed it because of the urgency in dealing with your godson, but you are also here as our client." "I'm not leaving, Harry," Sirius replied automatically. "I would not ask such a thing of you," Black Hawk said, sweeping his wand around the room. A table laden with a light dinner appeared at the end of the bed. He motioned toward it. "You must remain strong if you are to take care of your godson." Sirius accepted the blatant manipulation with a sigh. He rubbed his thumb over Harry's knuckles one last time, stood, and dropped a light kiss on Harry's bandaged forehead. "I'll be right back." "Right at the foot of your bed, Harry," Sirius said as he walked over and dropped into a chair. He massaged his forehead, feeling tired as he looked at the food in front of him. It was some kind of chicken broth with fresh bread. He picked up a roll and tore off a piece to nibble on while he half-heartedly picked up the spoon. He realized belatedly that Black Hawk was weaving a privacy charm so they could talk without disturbing Harry, but they would still be alerted if he so much as twitched. "Thank you," Sirius said, knowing his gratitude was for more than just the charm. Black Hawk inclined his head and sat down. They began to eat, concentrating on the food until the broth was gone. Steamed fish, greens, and rice followed. When a platter of fruit appeared, Sirius declined it, choosing instead a strong black coffee. They rarely drank coffee in the British wizarding world, tea was preferred, and pumpkin juice was the go-to soft drink. He had forgotten how much he liked it. Maybe he could introduce it properly, Sirius thought, it would be a good investment. His eyes flickered to Harry, checking on him. His godson hadn't moved. "You love him very much," Black Hawk said. "Yes," Sirius replied honestly. Black Hawk hummed. "And yet you know so little about him." Sirius's gaze snapped to Black Hawk. He swallowed the first retort that came to mind. "Do you have children, Healer Black Hawk?" "7, Black Hawk answered. "And I have been blessed with 20 grandchildren and 3 great-grandchildren." "Congratulations," Sirius said dryly. "Now imagine, due to your own stupidity, you lost one when he was just a baby. For years, you don't see him, but you think about him when you can. Then you find him, only he's 13, not quite grown up but not quite a child anymore either, and no, you don't know him." He held Black Hawk's gaze. "But do you still love him?" The old wizard inclined his head, conceding the point. "You consider him blood?" "Yes." It was another answer that Sirius felt deeply. Sirius spoke without hesitation. "He's actually a cousin, though distant. James, his father, was also my brother in spirit, in heart, in magic." He noticed Black Hawk registering the old terms and wondered if that was why the black magic could assist the Potter magic. After all, Harry's blood held both. Sirius's thoughts drifted back to Harry. "I was with Harry's mother, Lily, when she went into labor and stayed with her through most of the childbirth. Our other friends went to find James, who had gone for a meeting at Gringotts. He only got back 10 minutes before Harry made his appearance, and Lily refused to let me leave. I was the one who held Harry first. I handed him to James and Lily." "You say you lost him through stupidity?" Black Hawk asked. Sirius huffed. "I trusted the wrong person to ensure his safety. I thought letting him go was temporary, just until I caught Peter, the one who betrayed them." He shifted his position and took a sip of coffee, keeping his gaze on Harry. "Harry and I, we don't know each other. I know that. He doesn't consciously remember loving me, so if he were to consider it, he might think he doesn't yet. But I believe he wants to love me. He loves the idea of me, someone who cares for him and will be there for him. But he doesn't trust that I will. He tilted his head. I made some progress by getting him away from Lily's sister and her family. I kept my word and ensured he could come live with me instead. For a man whose mind is shrouded in clouds, you see remarkably clearly, Black Hawk said finally. The Dementors did a number on me, Sirius replied, matter-of-factly. Your mindscape is badly torn, Black Hawk acknowledged. You require a great deal of mind healing. Your occlumency has helped you regain some measure of control, but you need additional support to regain the rest. Sirius nodded. I would like to thank you for the report you provided to Dr. Jordan about Harry's childhood. It will help her avoid some pitfalls in his mind healing, Black Hawk said slowly. He paused before continuing, I don't suppose you have a report for your own childhood. Sirius's free hand clenched into a fist, and he forced himself to take a breath. I'm afraid no one investigated my childhood. There was a firm tone in his voice, and he wasn't surprised when Black Hawk backed off. Your body also requires healing, Black Hawk continued. In that regard, you and your godson are remarkably similar. You both suffer from malnutrition and physical weakness. I believe it would be best for much of your treatment to be together. His eyes twinkled. It will aid in your getting to know each other. Sirius felt his lips twitch, a reluctant amusement rising at the comment. We should talk about Albus Dumbledore, Black Hawk said finally. You have a lot of anger towards him regarding the binding on Harry. I have a lot of anger towards him, period, Sirius admitted honestly. He was primarily responsible for Harry ending up in the custody of the Dursleys. He failed to check on him and ensure Harry was safe with them. He has used Harry in relation to Voldemort. He sighed. And I'm not exactly thrilled that he left me to rot in Azkaban without a trial or a visit when I worked as part of his order against Voldemort. He gestured with his cup. The binding is just the latest item on my list of reasons to be angry at Dumbledore. Black Hawk nodded slowly in understanding. The problem with great men is that everyone expects them to know everything, and often they fall into the trap of believing they do. I think this applies to Albus's actions regarding the soul anchor and binding. I don't believe he knew how to solve the problem of the soul piece without killing Harry, so, believing there was no solution, he did the binding to keep the remnant weak. Do you know him? Sirius asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. We are acquaintances, not friends, Black Hawk said rudely. We met when I toured Europe some years ago. He picked up his water. Albus is a true master of transfiguration and potions. He made a fascinating dinner companion and is somewhat useful as a correspondent when we require an expert opinion on spells to heal damage, such as your uncle's. However, we have little else in common. I have dedicated my life to healing, just as the rest of the people of the valley. We learn more every day, drawing knowledge from Muggles as much as from other healers around the world. Sirius appreciated Black Hawk's honesty. My apologies for my abruptness, he murmured. Perhaps you're right, and he didn't know how to deal with it. I worry about his motives. Consider this, Black Hawk said. On Halloween night, Albus had reason to believe that the soul hook within Harry was the only anchor to life that Voldemort had. He could have killed the child, thinking that it would eliminate Voldemort as a threat. Sirius frowned, his blood running cold at the thought. It could have happened because Dumbledore hadn't known about the other Horcruxes at that point. Instead, he chose to keep the child alive, Black Hawk continued. However, I admit it is confusing that he has never sought to find a solution in the years since, although he may have consulted with other healers who also did not know a solution. I don't think he did, Sirius said. We think there may be a prophecy involved. Black Hawk frowned heavily. Such things should always be treated with caution. I should know. Sirius looked at him with interest. Are you a seer? Not truly, Black Hawk said eventually. I always see my clients, but that is the extent of my gift. I saw the image of you and Harry arriving when your uncle shook my hand in farewell. Of course, I thought you would be 27 and Harry would be 5 when you arrived. When the time passed and you did not come. I believed my sight had failed for the first time. He smiled ruefully. I didn't take a de-aging potion into account. He motioned at Sirius. And so you see why visions and prophecies require careful handling. It is all too easy to discover that what you think they show or mean is something else entirely. Sirius nodded slowly, his attention shifting again to the boy in the bed. I just want to keep Harry safe. Then we must get you fit enough to face the challenge. Black Hawk stood up, and Sirius followed, stretching to relieve the kinks in his back. Your other form will be more comfortable for sleeping, I feel. Black Hawk smiled. Be warned that my colleague takes a dim view of dog hair. He vanished the table and left. It only took a moment for Sirius to shift into Padfoot. He jumped up on the bed and nudged Harry's hand with his cold nose. Maybe he wouldn't kill Dumbledore, Sirius mused, thinking over Black Hawk's words. Dumbledore had kept Harry alive, and maybe the binding had been to help, not hurt. So perhaps Sirius would only maim him a little. He closed his eyes and let the warmth of Harry beside him, the sound of Harry's wonderful breathing, lull him to sleep. Chapter 12, Healing Padfoot and Pronglet. June 27, 1994. The Three Broomsticks brought back many memories of various Hogsmeade weekends as a student and a few as a professor. Remus smiled happily as Rosmerta winked at him from the bar and pointed him towards a table at the back. Moody was waiting for him, with his back to the wall and seated in a position that afforded him a complete view of the rest of the tavern. It was a beautifully defensive position. Remus shook Moody's outstretched hand and settled into the opposite chair. Thanks for meeting with me, Moody said briskly. I really have no idea why I agreed to the job, so anything you can tell me about how to survive it would be appreciated. It's not a problem, Remus said, amused. We need to be finished by 3, though, as I'm meeting Minerva then. He noticed the discarded paper on the table with a half smile. Brian's press offensive had continued that morning with the exclusive story of Sirius's escape from Azkaban, all to save his godson from the traitor Pettigrew. There had been more quotes from various important people suggesting that such an act surely should be rewarded with guardianship. Fudge had gone on record as saying that he supported a wizarding guardian for Harry Potter. The paper was also full of various sightings of Sirius from France to the Caribbean, as the question of Sirius's whereabouts vexed the press and the public. I have to admit Cutter's doing a good job for Black, Moody said, noticing the direction of Remus's glance. Although I suspect you already know that. I couldn't possibly comment, Remus said as Rosmerta came over and took their orders for lunch. Moody waited until the innkeeper was well away from them before he erected a privacy bubble. You know I know you know more than you can say. I won't ask you about Black's whereabouts. I don't deserve to know since I was one of the idiots who dropped the ball where he was concerned. But I would appreciate knowing the kid is safe. Safe and away from the Muggles, Remus said, slightly stunned. He cleared his throat. Harry is safe and away from the Dursleys. Good, Moody replied, lowering the privacy bubble with a swish of his wand. Now, about this school business. The lunch was enjoyable. The food was excellent, and Moody was both entertaining and surprisingly skilled at turning Remus's old lesson plans into real-life stories. He meticulously noted the students, and Remus noticed he already had a copy of the final exam results. Moody was appalled by Albus's choices for the defense against the dark arts instructor, calling Lockhart a slimy fraud and Quirrell a blithering idiot. Remus felt it was necessary to inform Moody about the events of Harry's first and second year. Moody seemed just as impressed by what had happened as Remus was. What were they thinking? Moody grumbled as Remus finished recounting the story of the basilisk. Anyone with an ounce of common sense would have known it was a basilisk after the ghost got hit. Beats me, Remus agreed amiably. The lad's got a pungshank for being in the wrong place at the wrong time, Moody said thoughtfully. Or the right place at the right time, Remus pointed out. No, I think my version is more apt, Moody argued. Remus laughed. It probably is at that. Suddenly, Moody looked toward the front of the inn and snorted. Heads up. Albus has entered the building. Remus turned to see an annoyed-looking Minerva marching toward him, with Albus walking calmly behind her. Minerva! Remus! Minerva glared at Albus. I apologize, but when I mentioned I was meeting you, Albus insisted on coming along. Albus, Remus greeted him politely. He felt a bit nervous. He had confronted the headmaster during their last encounter. Albus smiled at him. Remus, forgive the intrusion, but I wish to apologize for the other day. You are quite correct. I promise I will caution Severus before the next school year, Minerva said with a huff. As if that has ever done any good. Minerva, Albus began. I have been telling you for years that his behavior as a professor is unacceptable. You assure me you talk with him, but then he carries on regardless, Minerva argued fiercely, her Scots brogue thickening with her anger. Albus looked completely taken aback by her outburst, and Remus fought the urge to applaud. What did Severus do now? Remus asked, getting to the heart of the matter as he noticed Moody erecting another privacy charm. It wasn't like Minerva to be so indiscreet about a colleague. Minerva grimaced. I don't wish to say, Remus. But her eyes fell on the copy of the prophet, and Remus guessed that Severus had said something about Sirius. I see, Remus replied, feeling his inner wolf growling. He took a deep breath. I expect Sirius would be rather unsurprised at Severus's attitude. He glanced at Albus. I'm sure you'll agree, Albus, that if Severus were to make any derogatory remarks to Harry about Sirius, he would be acting very unprofessionally. It seems I will be having a rather long conversation with Severus, Albus conceded with a sigh. Have you heard from Sirius yet, Remus? Not since you and I last talked, Albus, Remus said truthfully. Have you sent word to Harry? Alas, he and the Dursleys have not yet returned to their home, Albus informed him, looking genuinely regretful. Remus pushed himself out of the chair. Alastair, it was good to see you. They shook hands, and Moody thanked him again as he undid the privacy charm he had set up. Minerva, we should leave or the goblins will get upset at our tardiness. A meeting with goblins. Albus's eyes twinkled. It sounds very mysterious. It's a will reading, Minerva replied. Albus, Minerva snapped, please do not hold us up any longer. Albus, Remus said as a farewell, offering Minerva his arm. She took it, and they headed to the flue. As he followed her into the flames, he heard Moody in the background. What the hell is this I hear about a bloody basilisk? Remus fell out the other end, laughing. Minerva shot him a glare that quickly sobered him. Apologies, Remus said. I overheard Alastair berating Albus about the basilisk just as I flew. Minerva sniffed. We were very fortunate that all the students managed to survive the whole affair. You won't get any argument from me, Remus agreed. They made their way into Diagon Alley and down the street to Gringotts. Once inside, they were shown into a back room. Remus was not surprised to see Brian, Liam Arkham, Amelia Bones, and Kip Bold waiting for them, along with Augusta Longbottom and Andromeda Tonks. Everyone exchanged brief greetings before Arkham, a portly man with blonde hair and a moustache, got down to business. I thank you all for coming on such short notice. I apologize for the lack of details in your invitation, but this is a reading of a will, and you have been named as beneficiaries or required to be here. Liam continued pompously. We are here to read the joint will of James and Lily Potter. Remus was not surprised, but he heard Minerva's sharp intake of breath. I thought it was missing. Minerva asked. Clearly, Minerva, it has been found, Augusta replied crisply. Liam cleared his throat. You're here to represent Frank, Alice, and Neville Longbottom, Madam Longbottom. Yes, Augusta said sharply. I am here to represent Sirius Black, Brian interjected, anticipating Liam's question about his presence. Remus knew the two solicitors were already aware of each other's roles in the proceedings, but Brian received 3 sharp looks from the others. Andromeda, Augusta, and Minerva were present. Remus Lupin? Liam asked, glancing at him. I'm representing myself, Remus replied easily. Andromeda Tonks is also representing myself, Andromeda added before Liam could ask her. And obviously, Professor Minerva McGonagall is here representing herself and those I recognize, Liam said with a smile. I should hope so, Mr. Arkham. I was your teacher for 7 years, Minerva retorted. Quite, Liam said quickly. I also thank Amelia Bones, who has agreed to act as the executor given the extraordinary circumstances. And what are those? Augusta inquired. A copy of the will was provided by the new Lord Black to the Ministry as part of the special investigation into the matter of Sirius Black, Amelia explained. I can't say anything more due to confidentiality. Surprised looks passed among them. Very well, Augusta huffed. Shall we get on with it? Liam cleared his throat. Quite, he said, pulling the parchment closer. I'll skip the legalese and summarize the bequests, if that's okay with everyone. Everyone nodded. Remus Lupin is left the sum of 100,000 galleons and the house at Didery Cliff. Do you accept this? Yes, Remus said, a lump forming in his throat. He imagined James and Lily wanted to ensure he always had a home and money to live on, knowing how hard it was for him to find employment as a werewolf. Minerva McGonagall is placed in charge of the Lily Potter Scholarship Trust. This should provide one free place to a Muggle-born student every year, including tuition for their 7 years of study, school supplies, and a modest spending allowance set at her discretion. Funds are to be taken from the Potter Vault, set aside in a separate vault for the trust, and receipts provided to the Potter steward via Gringotts. Should she relinquish her position, she should recommend a replacement. Do you accept this duty? I do, Minerva affirmed. Minerva spoke, and Remus noticed tears glistening in her eyes. Now to the rest, Liam said briskly. Starting with Mr. Black. Sirius Black is left 100,000 galleons and a share of the flat at 2A London Street owned by James Potter. Does Mr. Black accept this? On his behalf, yes, Brian replied. Neville Longbottom is left 10,000 galleons from his Uncle James and Aunt Lily. The funds are to be used at the discretion of his parents, Frank and Alice Longbottom, or his named legal guardian until he comes of age. Madam Longbottom, do you agree to the bequest? Yes, Augusta responded, her usual composure shaken. Remus recalled that although the Longbottoms were an ancient and noble family, they had faced financial difficulties since Frank and Alice's attack. There is a bequest to Lily Potter's sister, which is being handled through Muggle solicitors, and one bequest that has been denied by the executor. The named individual, Peter Pettigrew, has been found complicit in the deaths of the Potters. The remainder of the estate is bequeathed to their only son, Liam noted, glancing at Amelia. All that is left is the appointment of a legal guardian for Harry James Potter, the Potter's son. This guardian will assume responsibility for his care and upbringing, and regency of the House of Potter until he comes of age. Frank and Alice Longbottom are named as first in line, with provisions for the guardianship to pass to Sirius Black should they refuse or be unable to take on the responsibility. If Mr. Black declines or cannot assume responsibility, it will pass to Minerva McGonagall, and if she also declines or is unable, it will go to Andromeda Tonks. The 3 women looked suitably shocked, and Remus made an effort to appear just as surprised. For the record, I confirm that Frank and Alice are in no position to assume guardianship, Augusta stated tersely. Brian? Liam prompted. Inquired. Brian cleared his throat. My client, Sirius Black, will assume guardianship, he said. Liam nodded and glanced at Amelia. I assume, since custody is currently held by Muggles, the Ministry will review the matter. Amelia sighed. The Ministry has already reviewed the situation and agreed that guardianship of Harry Potter should follow the legal wishes of his late parents. Therefore, it is awarded to Sirius Black. She glared at everyone in the room. Please do not share this until the information is made public. Everyone nodded. And that concludes our business, Liam said brightly. Please see Kitbold for your vault keys. Augusta retrieved her key and swept out before anyone could say anything to her. Remus exchanged a polite nod of acknowledgement with Brian and Amelia before he got his key and waited for Minerva. Andromeda paused beside him as she left. It's been a long time, Remus. Too long, Remus agreed. How are you and Ted? Good, Andromeda replied. pleased to hear the news about Sirius and feeling entirely guilty for thinking that he would ever. "Me too," Remus said hurriedly. Andromeda looked at him intently. "Have you heard from him?" "He's getting medical treatment in line with the conditions set by the ministry for him to take custody," Remus offered. She nodded. "Tell him he's welcome to come over whenever he gets back." "Well, I'd best be off." "Take care of yourself, Remus." She left just as Minerva appeared, and Remus fell into step beside her as they exited Gringotts and made their way to the Leaky. He noticed his companion was silent, too silent. Remus cleared his throat and discreetly raised a privacy bubble. "Are you all right, Minerva?" "No, I don't think I am," Minerva said quietly. She looked every bit of her years. "I was with Albus the night we left Harry in the Muggle world, and to think. I knew they were the worst kind, but I accepted. Albus made a decision that I haven't questioned since. It's obvious the Muggles haven't taken the best care of Harry. I failed James, Remus. We weren't close after Doria died, and he and Lily left Hogwarts, but that's no excuse." He placed a hand on her arm. "There was no way for you to know if they hadn't informed you, Minerva, and it's clear from your reaction that they didn't. But if you feel you need to make some kind of amends here, I suggest that you don't tell Albus that Sirius has guardianship until it goes public, like Amelia requested." Minerva regarded him sternly for a long moment before her shoulders straightened. "You have my word, Remus." She turned and left before he could say anything more. Time bubble, July 9th, 1994. Harry was having the best summer of his life. They had been at the Valley for 2 weeks. Although Harry had time-traveled with the Time Turner, he still had a difficult time grasping the idea that however long they stayed at the clinic, only a week would pass in the outside world. He decided to forget that oddity and simply enjoy his stay as much as he could. The first day had been scary. The whole situation with the residue in his scar had been beyond frightening, but it had all been dealt with quickly. He couldn't remember the procedures to cleanse his scar as he had thankfully been knocked out for the entire thing. He had been restricted to bed for a few days mainly because they needed his magical core to settle. What had been enormously comforting was that Sirius hadn't moved from his side the whole time, except for a few bathroom breaks. This soothed some lingering worry inside Harry that Sirius didn't really mean it when he said he would be there for him. Despite everything Sirius had done to make it possible for Harry to live with him, Harry worried that Sirius wouldn't really want him once he got to know him. But it was hard to argue about how much Sirius cared when his godfather spent all his time looking after him. Sirius kept Harry's spirits up while he recuperated. They mainly shared stories about Hogwarts during Harry's time in bed. It was the most common ground they had. Sirius admitted that Remus had already told him some of Harry's experiences, but he wanted to hear them directly from Harry. At first, Harry was a little hesitant, but once he started talking, he found himself happily reminiscing about his first-year adventures. He began with Hagrid taking him to Diagon Alley. Sirius quizzed him about what Hagrid had and hadn't told him about the wizarding world. Harry got the impression that Sirius liked Hagrid but was not impressed that Hagrid had explained so little. This surprised Harry, as Sirius was generally non-judgmental. He understood Harry's immediate use of the invisibility cloak when Harry received it and seemed relieved that Harry had survived the troll attack. It was also a relief for Harry to share what happened with Quirrell. Sirius listened intently as Harry recounted the events. He placed a hand on Harry's arm during the confrontation with Quirrell and didn't let go as Harry haltingly recalled everything. Sirius reassured him again that it wasn't Harry's fault Quirrell had died, noting that Harry had acted in self-defense. He explained how possession worked and mentioned that it was almost always fatal to the host body. The fact that Ginny had survived her possession seemed like a miracle. This discussion made Harry feel better. He hadn't realized he was still so upset about what had happened with Quirrell. He had bundled it all up and pushed it to the back of his mind. Harry was beyond ecstatic when Sirius reciprocated, sharing stories about his first year at Hogwarts, which fortunately included many tales about his father and even some about his mother. Harry smiled when Sirius told him that he and James had agreed to be friends after sitting in the same compartment on the train. Harry felt a mix of emotions as Sirius shared stories about their time at Hogwarts. He was surprised when Sirius admitted that they had made a bad impression on Lily during their trip because of their immediate rivalry with Snape, who had been her friend. Harry was also taken aback by Sirius's honesty about their dislike for Snape. They had sensed that Snape used dark magic, something his mother probably did not know, but they had also been a bit snobbish and full of themselves. Despite this, Harry laughed at Sirius's story about how he had begged the Sorting Hat for Gryffindor, knowing that James would be placed there. He enjoyed hearing about all the pranks they had pulled throughout the school year. Sirius shared how they eventually included Remus in their group, realizing he was brilliant. They had slowly figured out he was a werewolf but had chosen not to say anything to avoid upsetting him. Sirius avoided discussing Wormtail, and Harry couldn't blame him for that. They continued their storytelling the next day with their second years. Sirius showed no concern when Harry revealed he could talk to snakes, and Harry felt thrilled by Sirius's unwavering acceptance of him. Talking about the fight with the basilisk had also helped him process his feelings. Sirius teased him about being a knight in shining armor. Sirius then confessed, in a mock-sad tone, that his second year hadn't been as exciting. They had finally talked about Remus's condition and tried to find a way to help him. Sirius eventually stumbled upon the idea of becoming an animagus. He recounted how James had tried to rekindle his friendship with Lily, but how ongoing friendship with Snape kept them apart. With a hint of regret, he admitted that while Snape could hold his own, he and James had probably crossed the line from pranking to bullying a few times, which explained why Lily thought they were both foolish. Harry felt grateful that Sirius had been so honest with him, but it troubled him that his dad and Sirius could bully someone, even Snape. It explained a lot about Snape's attitude toward him. Then he recalled how Snape had accused Sirius of trying to kill him and decided to ask Sirius about it. "You have to understand, Harry, that by 6th year, us Marauders and Snape were mortal enemies. He had joined the Death Eater crowd the year before and ended his friendship with your mother," Sirius began. "Remember when I told you I ran away that summer? Well, Snape caught me one day and hinted that he knew more than the official story about my parents disowning me. He suggested he would tell the whole school." Sirius shifted on the bed, and shame flickered in his eyes. "I panicked a bit about whether he really knew anything about my family situation and told him he knew nothing. Then he claimed he knew everything about Remus and his monthly trips to the Whomping Willow, and that he would know more if he followed him. So, I dared him to press the knot on the willow and do it if he was man enough." Harry frowned. "But that sounds like he knew Remus was a werewolf." "I think he had a strong suspicion," Sirius agreed. "In fact, I made the dare because I thought he already knew, and I didn't think for a moment he'd be stupid enough to go looking for a werewolf." He sighed and rubbed his beard for a moment. "I didn't tell your dad or Remus about it either, for that reason. I didn't think there was any reason to worry. Only Snape went looking. I think he drugged our pumpkin juice that night because Peter went straight to sleep, and I found it hard to stay awake. Your dad had sensibly stuck to water, so he was fine and bloody annoyed with us for snoozing. When I realized we had been potioned, I figured Snape must be going after Remus. I thought Snape was going to try and kill him. I sent James to save Remus while I got an antidote for the potion," Sirius said with a sigh. "I ran after them as fast as I could, and luckily, your dad had already arrived and was dragging Snape out of the tunnel. Just as I got there to help, Dumbledore appeared and marched us all to his office. He let James go pretty quickly. Snape had to promise not to tell anyone about Remus while we were students. Dumbledore said that was his punishment and mentioned something vague about how it wasn't too late." "And you?" Harry asked. "I was banned from Hogsmeade weekends for the rest of the year and from the Quidditch team. I also had detention for the rest of the winter term," Sirius explained. "It wasn't as bad as the 2 months of silence and the ban from joining them at the next full moon that I got from Remus." "He stopped talking to you?" Harry said, realizing that even friends like Sirius, James, and Remus could have issues, just like him, Ron, and Hermione had with the firebolt. If Snape had found him, if Snape hadn't killed him and he'd attacked Snape instead, Remus would have been executed, Sirius said gravely. "My dare put his life at risk. He was right not to talk to me. I understood that, even if those 2 months were horrible. He gestured at Harry. Your dad forgave me after a day or so. He was mostly annoyed because Lily had started warming up to us. But since the rumor around the school was that it was a prank gone wrong and we had almost killed Snape, she was giving your dad the cold shoulder. Plus, your dad said I should have told them about the dare when I did it, and he was right. Peter pretty much stayed neutral, which should have clued us in for what happened later, come to think of it. But Remus forgave you, right? Harry asked. He did, once your dad intervened and pointed out that Snape had probably set the whole thing up, both provoking me in going to the tunnel. He said Snape had probably hoped you would get Remus executed and me expelled or in prison, Sirius grimaced. But I don't think Moony ever truly trusted me after that. It was probably one of the reasons why he considered me the spy and believed I was guilty. He shifted his position again. Maybe because I felt the distance he put between us, I was more inclined to think the worst of him too. You're okay now though? Harry questioned, a little afraid that they weren't. We are, Sirius smiled. I think mostly we're just pleased that we have each other as friends again and what's past is past. Shane Snape doesn't feel that way, Harry commented. No, he knows how to hold a grudge, Sirius said. Truthfully, so do I don't like him. I know I won't be apologizing to him anytime soon. I'd rather pull my own teeth out first. Harry chuckled at that. Sirius poked his leg through the blankets. The dare was a mistake, though, and I regret it. But I'm not going to pretend to you that I'm perfect, and I don't expect you to be either. I can be a little reckless at times. I can be too cruel and ruthless if I'm crossed. And I have a habit of acting before I think. Everybody has flaws. Harry flushed, but he was comforted by the words nevertheless. It helped that Sirius didn't expect him to be perfect, he could just be himself. I think I have the same flaw, he said. Acting before thinking? And I have a bit of a temper sometimes. Hermione says I brood. Well, Sirius said, we can work on improving ourselves together, but we should always keep in mind that it's okay not to be perfect. In his heart, Harry forgave Sirius for the whole affair with Snape quite quickly. Harry had to admit his own dislike of Snape was well-rooted, especially since Snape had been so unfair to him from the moment he arrived at Hogwarts. It just seemed a shame to Harry that someone who had been such a Sirius felt a sense of bitterness toward Harry, even if he understood the reasons behind it after discussing everything with Sirius. The next day, they moved on to Harry's 3rd year. Although Sirius had observed everything from a distance, he still wanted to hear all about it. In return, Sirius shared stories from his own 3rd year, which mostly revolved around the Marauders' ongoing efforts to help Remus, their pranks, and Harry's dad trying and failing to build a friendship with his mum. Harry felt sad as they returned to the cabin, realizing they had run out of school years to exchange stories. Sirius suggested they make it a tradition to spend the first day of summer holiday with Harry sharing details about his school year, while Sirius would share his own experiences from that same year. The idea warmed Harry's heart, knowing they had plans for the future and had started a new tradition. Since then, their days settled into a routine. Mornings began with a healthy breakfast, followed by exercise routines assigned by Dr. Jordan. They did a mix of yoga, tai chi, weight training, and jogging. Lunch was light, usually enjoyed in the cabin. In the afternoons, they split up for mind-healing sessions. Sirius's sessions were longer due to the damage caused by the Dementors, while Harry's included a mix of mind-healing, occlumency, and art therapy. The occlumency sessions were somewhat boring, mostly involving meditation to sort through his memories and build defenses around his mind. Talking about the memories was the hardest part. Harry didn't want to discuss his life under the cupboard or his summers with the Dursleys. Healer Faye didn't pressure him, but she made it clear that dealing with his memories was essential to his treatment. He started to accept her reassurance that he wasn't being judged, yet he still hesitated to talk about it. Art therapy was more enjoyable. Harry rediscovered his love for painting, a hobby he had enjoyed in primary school. It was a shame Hogwarts didn't offer that kind of course. Harry vaguely remembered that Stonewall had an art subject. He enjoyed the late afternoons more. Sirius had offered to teach him to swim in the attached pool, and they spent an hour in the water before having dinner by the poolside. The evenings were filled with playing cards. Sirius taught Harry poker and promptly regretted it. They also played board games, with Sirius insisting on being the dog in Wizard Monopoly. He often shared stories about Harry's babyhood or something about his dad or mum. It was simply the best summer of Harry's life, except for the fact that he couldn't do any magic or fly until they checked his magical core again. But that was what they were going to do that morning. Black Hawk greeted them warmly as Sirius and Harry entered a large treatment room, guided by Jordan. Harry grinned back at the old wizard. Black Hawk had joined them for dinner a couple of times, and Harry was enthralled by his stories of healing. He was actually considering it as a potential career. He had thought about becoming a teacher when he envisioned life after the Dursleys, but that was mainly because they were the only other adults he had seen outside of the Dursleys. "Now, we are going to repeat the tests we did before your procedures," Black Hawk informed him briskly. He motioned to a bullseye target set at the end of the room. "You will cast the Stupefy spell at the target." He pointed to a book on the table. "Wingardium Leviosa to levitate this book a meter above the desk. And finally, you will produce a Patronus." Harry nodded, recalling only a vague memory of the tests from before. He remembered that the target produced a number indicating the power used. Sirius patted his arm, offering silent encouragement. Harry faced the target eagerly and raised his wand. "Stupefy." The red light shot across the room and slammed into the target. Harry sent the target rocking back into the wall. He stared at it in shock. There was a huge hole in the center of the crumpled target. The number that appeared in the air above it meant nothing to Harry, but Black Hawk looked at it with wide-eyed surprise, which disconcerted Harry. "I'm sorry," Harry began urgently. "About the target." Black Hawk waved away his apology. "You have done nothing wrong, Harry. Do not worry." He exchanged a look with Sirius that clearly indicated to Harry that something was wrong. "Try the book, Harry," Sirius encouraged. Harry swallowed hard and faced the desk. He aimed his wand, and with a swish and a flick, he said the spell out loud. The book shot up into the air, and Harry struggled to yank it back before it hit the ceiling. "Something's wrong, isn't it?" Harry asked as Black Hawk's expression grew more concerned. "Not so much wrong as unusual," Black Hawk assured him calmly. "Lower the book and cast your Patronus, Harry." Harry set the book down with an audible thump. He forced himself to focus to cast the Patronus. Aiming his wand at the empty space beside him, he said, "Expecto Patronum." The stag leaped out of his wand and clattered onto the tiled floor. The luminescent animal tossed its antlers and pawed the ground, leaving scuff marks behind. Sirius approached carefully and reached out a hand to pat the stag's nose. "Hello, Prongs," he said in awe. The Patronus was not only corporeal, it was solid. Sirius smoothed a hand down its flank, and Harry could see the fine hair of the stag's coat brushing through Sirius's fingers. The stag blew a huffy breath through its nose and looked to Harry for instructions. Harry cleared his throat. "It's okay, you can go." The stag transformed into a glowing mist before disappearing altogether. "Beautiful," Black Hawk said, almost reverentially. "Thank you," Harry said automatically. "What's wrong with me?" he asked bluntly, fear churning in his stomach. "Nothing's wrong with you, Harry," Sirius said firmly. "But your power levels are off the wall. I have never seen a solid Patronus, not even from Dumbledore. That binding was obviously keeping a lot of your magic locked up. We're going to need to work on you gaining some control over it." "I agree," Black Hawk said calmly. "Your magic is stable, but you are not used to having so much of it at your disposal. You will need to retrain, otherwise, you might have instances of quite dangerous accidental magic." Harry's gaze unwillingly drifted to the damaged target on the other side of the room. If that had been a person? Sirius nudged Harry's arm. "It's going to be okay, Harry. We'll work on your magic in the evenings." Black Hawk nodded. As your stay here will need to be extended, I can arrange access for you to the town. You can flew there from the clinic. We do not want you to get cabin fever as you recover. That would be appreciated, Sirius replied. I would also like to invite you both to my home for dinner. Blackhawk's eyes twinkled. I also have a granddaughter and a grandson your age I can introduce to you, Harry. I thought perhaps you might like to spend time with people your own age. Harry's mood brightened. That would be great. He smiled sheepishly. I kind of miss my friends. Of course you do, Sirius said. Thank you, Healer Blackhawk. Blackhawk smiled warmly. Call me Noshi, Sirius. He gestured to them. I will leave you for tonight and will see you both tomorrow. Harry waited until the old wizard had departed before he slumped against the desk and sighed heavily. I'm sorry. He gestured at his godfather. It's my fault you're stuck here. Firstly, there's no need to apologize. It's not your fault someone bound your magic, Sirius replied. And secondly, I get to spend more time with you helping you relearn magic. That's not a bad thing in my book. He felt a little reassured. Harry sighed. I'm sure you have important things to do back home, though. Nothing is more important than you, Sirius replied immediately. Harry blushed, feeling both happy and bewildered by the sincerity of the statement. Come here, Sirius said, opening his arms. Harry moved into the hug with only a hint of reluctance. He rolled his eyes, mostly for show. He was a teenage boy, he wasn't supposed to want hugs. But his mind healer insisted they were good for him, and he secretly enjoyed the comfort of being hugged. Sirius was great at hugs. His godfather seemed to know instinctively how to hold him, secure but not suffocating, comforting without the babyish nonsense Petunia used with Dudley. Sirius also had a knack for stepping back just before Harry started to feel embarrassed, like he did then. Sirius patted Harry's back quickly before easing away, clasping Harry's shoulders and looking him in the eye. I don't want you to worry about this. You're a powerful wizard, we just need to work through your lessons again. Okay? Okay, Harry mumbled, nodding. It's just... He bit his lip, trying to find a way to express his concern. I don't want to disappoint you. Why would you think you're going to disappoint me? Sirius asked, surprise evident on his face. Harry felt his cheeks heat with shame. I'm not like my mum and dad. I'm not as smart as they were. Sirius sat on the desk and patted the space beside him, inviting Harry to join him. Why do you think you're not as smart as your parents? Harry ducked his head. Well, I'm not. You said they were top of their classes, like Hermione, and I'm not, except in defense against the dark arts. Sirius looked at him closely. Your dad was one of those annoying people who could get good marks without trying very hard. He just had this intuition about magic. It used to drive me crazy. Remus was quite the character. We rarely saw him working, yet in class, he'd conjure a perfectly crafted bouquet of flowers or make a fork dance the can-can, Sirius said. Harry smiled at the thought. Your mum had a real talent for charms and potions, but she worked hard for her grades. She spent countless hours in the library and practicing. Remus was similar, though he had no talent for potions whatsoever. He knew the theory inside out, but every time he stood in front of a cauldron, it would melt. Sirius continued, I probably fell somewhere in between. Transfiguration and defense against the dark arts came easily to me, but I had to put in the effort for the other subjects. Harry listened intently, picking up on the underlying message in Sirius's words. Good grades and high-class positions required hard work. If he didn't put in that effort, he would end up where he was now, average in all subjects except the one that came naturally to him. But class positions aren't everything, Sirius added. Do you try your best? Harry didn't want to lie, but he also hesitated to admit the truth. He squirmed under Sirius's gaze. Sometimes, he finally admitted. Which means sometimes you don't, Sirius pointed out, his honesty reminiscent of Hermione. Why do you only sometimes try your best? I don't know, Harry replied automatically, shifting again as he pondered Sirius's question. He reflected on his schooling. He had loved primary school when he first attended. It was an escape from his bleak existence at Privet Drive. But then Dudley had started driving away anyone who wanted to be friends with him, and his relatives never praised his grades or accepted that he could be better than Dudley. In the end, he decided to blend in by remaining average in class, while secretly studying the lessons in his cupboard at night. He had looked forward to Stonewall as a chance to start fresh and vaguely recalled planning to do well so he could escape Privet Drive. He was 16 and needed to get a job. But then there had been Hogwarts. Harry had intended to do well the summer before he started. He stayed up late reading his books and he tried his best during the first few weeks of school. But it was harder than he had expected. The quills, the wizarding ways of doing things, and Snape made it challenging. Ron had never been interested in studying and openly disparaged Hermione's cleverness back then. Harry didn't want to rock the boat with his new friend by going to the library or showing the knowledge and skills he did have. Thankfully, Hermione had forced them into studying once they became friends after the troll incident. Harry remembered getting good marks that first year, exceeds expectations, and a couple of outstandings, which more than made up for the acceptable he scraped in potions and history of magic. Second year had been a nightmare with hearing voices in the walls and being shunned for being the heir of Slytherin. He didn't want to stand out. There had been no exams that year, but he thought he would have passed. He passed third year, mostly with acceptables, a couple of exceeds expectations, and an outstanding in defense against the dark arts. But thinking it over, he slowly realized he had let Ron set the tone again since Hermione had been busy or they hadn't been speaking to her. He couldn't blame Ron. Harry figured Sirius would expect him to take responsibility for his own studying. Hadn't he already decided to be a little more independent from Ron in the coming year, to drop divination and take something else? He looked up from his thoughts and met Sirius's patient gaze. "I guess I haven't wanted to stand out too much or upset Ron," he confessed miserably. "He thinks studying is boring, and you go along with it because he's your friend," Sirius completed. Harry nodded. "I can understand that. Peer pressure is a hard thing to resist. I only joined the Quidditch team because of your dad." "Really?" Harry asked. "Yep," Sirius replied. Sirius said, "I didn't want to play. While I could fly reasonably well, I didn't enjoy it. Your dad wanted company, and I was his best mate, so I ended up as a beater until I got banned. After that, I took advantage and refused to go back on the team the next year." He waved his hand dismissively. "Anyway, back to you. What do you think you should do?" "Decide things for myself," Harry replied promptly. "I kind of realized that after last year." Sirius looked at him curiously. "I hate divination," Harry exclaimed. "Trelawney's always predicting my death, and I can't stand it. I only took it because, well, you know. I was thinking of asking Professor McGonagall if I could transfer to runes or arithmancy. I'll talk with her." "There shouldn't be a problem if we get you up to speed before Hogwarts starts," Sirius replied. "Which do you think would suit you best?" Harry thought for a long moment, weighing both subjects in his mind. "I think runes. I don't really enjoy theory as much as I do practice, and from what Hermione has said in the past, there are lots of practical applications for runes. Arithmancy seems more about theory." "You're right. Runes it is then. You're in luck because I did runes, and we can start your tutoring while we're here and take advantage of the time bubble." Sirius poked Harry's arm lightly. "I promise you that I won't be disappointed in any of our lessons as long as you try your best." "Okay, I promise," Harry said quickly, resolving right then and there to keep his promise and put in the work. "I also expect that when you return, you try your best at Hogwarts too," Sirius continued. Harry nodded, trying to ignore the twisting sensation in his gut at Sirius's comment. He had never had someone take an interest in his marks before. The Dursleys hadn't cared about his marks at primary school, and they cared even less about his marks at Hogwarts. Harry felt a wave of embarrassment at his past performance. "I'm proud of you, Harry," Sirius said, catching Harry off guard and making him look up. You've thought everything through and made some good decisions about your future. Remember what we talked about regarding our flaws? We're not perfect, but we will work on the things we need to improve. I will never be disappointed in you as long as you always try your best. I will, Harry promised again. He was determined not to let Sirius down. Chapter 13, Healing Padfoot and Pronglet. June 30th, 1994. The first weeks of summer had been strange, Albus thought as he adjusted the sleeves of his lime green robes. The glittery pink stripes that edged the garment in a random pattern made him smile as he put on his glasses, ready to head for breakfast in the Great Hall. Oddity wasn't necessarily a bad thing, Albus mused whimsically. He had experienced odd days where things had gone wonderfully well, like the time he found the chamber pot room and lost it again. Losing it was just as delightful as finding it. Most odd occurrences usually had explanations if one looked beyond the surface. Although some might have found it peculiar that Alastor Moody had suddenly taken an interest in checking on the wards around young Harry, Albus believed it stemmed from his own request to Alastor to take up the defense against the dark arts teaching position. This had led to a nostalgic discussion about the old days and Sirius Black still being at large. Albus had forgotten that Alastor had arrested Sirius, but he had forgotten so much more than he remembered that it didn't concern him. It wasn't at all strange that Alastor ignored Albus's reassurance that everything was fine and that Sirius posed no threat. Alastor was Alastor, which meant he was paranoid and not inclined to take anyone's word for it, not even Albus's. This mindset was remarkably effective for an aura and had its advantages. Indeed, Albus had fully expected Alastor to track down Harry and check on the wards. He had congratulated himself with a lemon drop after Arabella reported that she had seen Alastor and that he had confirmed the wards were in good condition. Of course, Alastor's visit had likely coincided with Harry's interview regarding Sirius. Thinking back, Arabella's report mentioned a woman who, in hindsight, matched Amelia Bones's description. The second report was quite strange. It suggested that the Dursleys had taken Harry with them to wherever they had gone because of a family emergency. Albus wanted to view this as a sign that the Dursleys were finally treating Harry as part of their family, so he chose to believe it. Perhaps this change in behavior could be linked to the events of the previous summer when they had driven Harry to run away. Maybe they had realized their treatment of him was unacceptable and decided to change. So, yes, it was odd, but odd could be good. The chamber pot room was one example of that. However, there was odd and then there was truly odd. It was unusual that out of nowhere, Cornelius had allowed Amelia Bones to investigate Sirius's past alleged crimes and the events at Hogwarts from the end of the school year. It wasn't surprising that Amelia had done an excellent job and cleared Sirius's name. She had been a brilliant student, if Albus remembered correctly. There was, of course, an explanation for Cornelius's sudden change of heart. A new and surprising patron had emerged. Albus had spies and contacts everywhere, and they had discovered an interesting fact: there was a new Lord Black. This was being kept very quiet, but Albus had confirmed that someone had taken ownership of the Black Manor in London. Whoever it was had put all the portraits to sleep, which meant Phineas Nigellus Black was stuck in the one at Hogwarts. A new Lord Black was not odd in itself, but it was unusual. There were plenty of cousins with equal claims to the family magic, but it was surprising since Sirius was the blood heir. Albus couldn't imagine Sirius taking up the mantle, given his deep disdain for his family name and heritage. Still, the timing of it all was very peculiar. As Albus navigated the corridors and stairs with ease, he thought that Sirius had been in the news constantly following his escape. The media attention may have prompted one. His situation. He considered the possibility that Sirius had sought out a cousin to assume the lordship and advocate for him. Perhaps Sirius had fled to this cousin and made a deal, relinquishing all claims to the lordship in exchange for exoneration and a job for a friend. This might explain Remus Lupin's swift success in finding new employment. Albus was confident that everything would eventually come to light. He was not alarmed by the emergence of a new Lord Black. The Black family had a history of power and darkness, but old alliances had fractured. Albus doubted that someone like Lucius Malfoy would simply accept an usurper in his dealings with the Ministry. If this Lord Black had taken the position at Sirius's request, Albus felt reassured, as he believed Sirius would not approach someone truly dark. There was no need to perceive a political threat until more was known about this Lord Black's intentions. The more pressing concern was Sirius himself. In retrospect, Albus wondered if it would have been better to have urged Cornelius for a trial the night Sirius had been imprisoned at Hogwarts. He could have offered his personal protection and insisted on due process under his authority as Chief Warlock. This would have allowed him to manage the issue of Harry's custody, using the debt Sirius would owe him to ensure that Harry remained with the Dursleys. However, Albus had decided at the time that he could not take the risk. Sirius being a fugitive made it easier for Albus to keep Harry safe. He resolved to let Harry help Sirius escape, believing that Sirius was innocent and did not deserve to be imprisoned or kissed. Albus regretted not visiting Sirius in Azkaban and failing to ensure a trial. The chaos at the end of the war and his grief over various losses were inadequate justifications for his negligence, even if they were true. Sirius was now exonerated and free to seek custody of Harry. The press coverage over the past week indicated that the wizarding world was eager to support his claim. Albus realized he had lost significant leverage since he had not been involved in securing Sirius's freedom. However, it was not a disaster. The good news was that Sirius remained abroad, with his whereabouts unknown, and Harry was safely with the Dursleys. If there was an attempt to award custody to Sirius, Albus was confident he could recommend a long period of recovery for Sirius after his ordeal in Azkaban before any access to Harry was permitted. Furthermore, he believed he could persuade Sirius that Harry was safest with the Dursleys. After all, Sirius had accepted that view on the night of the Potter's death when Albus arranged for Hagrid to collect Harry from the wreckage of their home. Albus knew that back then, Sirius might have thought the plan to hide Harry with the Dursleys was temporary, and it had been until Albus discovered the blood protection Harry carried. He considered whether he would need to reveal the secret that Harry's blood held his mother's sacrifice, which was renewed under the blood ward she left around her sister's home. The advantages of this protection far outweighed any other concerns, especially the fact that Harry was being raised by people who loved him. It was unfortunate that the Dursleys had not accepted Harry and had not loved him. Albus had hoped Minerva was mistaken about their character, but Arabella's first report to him just a few months after leaving baby Harry with them left him with little doubt that her concerns were valid. He felt a twinge of conscience about removing the Potters will from their solicitors at that time, but by then, the Longbottoms were no longer viable contenders. Sirius was in prison, and Minerva would likely agree with him, making the taunts claim irrelevant. The Dursleys had looked after Harry. They housed him, clothed him, and although they fed him poorly, it was enough. Through their example of how not to behave, Harry had grown into quite a splendid young boy. His home life wasn't ideal, but it was sufficient. More importantly, the blood protection Harry carried was maintained, which was crucial. It had already saved his life once. Albus believed Sirius would understand the necessity of leaving Harry with the Dursleys once he explained it. He felt confident about that. Albus entered the Great Hall in good spirits. The holiday seating was out, with one long table in the center of the hall. He sat in his usual chair, placed in the middle at the right-hand side. Minerva chose to sit opposite him rather than beside him. She still hadn't forgiven him for interrupting her meeting with Remus earlier that week, and for not yet having his promised discussion with Severus. Phileas was on his left as usual, and Severus took the seat to his right. Pomona Sprout sat across from the potions professor, rounding out the heads of the Hogwarts houses, while Poppy Pomfrey was opposite Phileas. Hagrid was at one end of the table, and Argus Filch was at the other. The rest of the staff had already been released from their duties and had departed for their holidays, or in Sybil Trelawney's case, retreated to her quarters. Albus let their conversation, a mix of glee at the absence of students, irritation at the end-of-year bureaucracy and paperwork, and anticipation of their holiday plans, drift over him as he tucked into a bowl of porridge with warm honey. Instead, he focused on the vexing problem of Tom Riddle. He was confident that defeating him was still achievable. He had spent years suspecting that Tom hadn't died the night he attacked the Potters, based on his observations. The discovery of a vile soul fragment of the evil wizard within Harry when he had examined him in the Hogwarts infirmary. It horrified Albus and the staff with him, including Hagrid, who had brought Harry to Hogwarts, and Poppy, who had been administering healing. Albus had no idea how to remove the fragment and had settled for binding Harry's magic to ensure it remained weak. He then erased Hagrid's and Poppy's memories of Harry's presence and what they had learned. He couldn't risk news of the soul fragment, or the blood protection he had also discovered, leaking out to the public. He sent Hagrid off with the child to Privet Drive on the motorcycle, easily arriving ahead of him and allowing Hagrid to believe he had come directly from Godric's Hollow. It was simple enough to devise a plan to confirm his suspicions once he tracked down rumors of a wraith in Albania. The Philosopher's Stone provided enticing bait for the trap, and Harry, beginning his schooling, offered a second temptation to draw in Tom. He hadn't anticipated that Quirrell would be possessed, the poor boy, even if he had suggested Albania as a possible venue for Quirrell to gain some practical defense against the dark arts experience. In his defense, Albus had tried very hard to find a solution that would leave Quirrell alive once the wraith was exorcised. Initially, everything went well. Tom, through Quirrell, had come to the school. Then Quirrell let a troll into the school and, according to Severus, tried to kill Harry during his Quidditch match. After that, Albus sent for the Mirror of Eris to place additional protection on the stone, hoping it would keep Tom trapped until he could face him. However, Albus underestimated Quirrell's, or rather Tom's, sneakiness and Harry's sense of responsibility. He suspected a strong confunders and compulsion spell on the parchment that had called for his presence at the ministry. Albus had returned just in time to realize that Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort, was after the stone, and Harry had gone after him. Albus believed their confrontation was fated due to the prophecy given by Sybil Trelawney, a prophecy that had led Tom to attack the Potters in the first place. Nothing he could have done would have prevented it, yet that did not lessen his guilt when he found Harry slipping into unconsciousness. Harry's mother's protection had saved him once again, and Albus felt a moment of vindication in his decision to leave Harry with the Dursleys. Tom's wraith had fled rather than face Albus. As he watched over young Harry in the hospital wing, Albus realized he had grown fond of the boy. He was consumed by sorrow, knowing he couldn't eliminate Tom without risking Harry's life due to the soul fragment. Albus resolved to wait. Tom remained a wraith and powerless. There was no rush. He decided that Harry should have as much of a childhood and a life as possible before the ultimate confrontation. He hadn't planned for Harry to face another shade of Tom in his second year. The Chamber of Secrets incident had been a fiasco, though Albus would never admit it to anyone. He had been unable to pinpoint the chamber's location, devise an effective strategy to defeat the basilisk without letting it roam the school, or determine who was possessed. He couldn't risk closing the school and allowing the possessed individual to disappear. Lucius Malfoy's political maneuvers hadn't helped either. In the end, the entire awful affair had proven horrendously valuable in terms of intelligence because it had revealed the diary. Tom had created a Horcrux to anchor himself to the land of the living, probably more than one. The partial fragment that ended up in Harry might have been a mistake or an accident. Albus considered the instability in Tom's soul. It provided him a new avenue for investigation and focused his thoughts on how Tom might regain a physical form. There were rituals of restoration, one in particular that required the blood of an enemy. If Harry's blood was used, it would give Harry an anchor to life, but it would also fully open the soul connection between them. Albus knew he couldn't rely on that. He had to assume there would be no advantage, and that Harry's death was inevitable. Time was of the essence, Albus thought. The prophecy Harry had overheard at the end of term suggested that Tom would regain his form sooner rather than later. That was concerning. Albus had only just begun to investigate the Horcruxes, and they needed to be destroyed before a final confrontation between Harry and Tom could occur. His plans for the summer had suddenly taken on new urgency. He sighed and began to eat his plate of sausage, eggs, beans, and toast. He finally tuned back into the discussion. "Personally, I don't think we need a bullying policy," Pomona said firmly. "Just because the Muggles have issues doesn't mean we do." "Bullies do exist within these hallowed corridors," Severus replied silkily, "no matter how unpleasant you may find the topic. Perhaps it would be prudent for us to set a good example and refrain from bullying students ourselves before we ask the same behavior from them," Minerva snapped at Severus, who raised an eyebrow in response. "Bullies are a part of school life and a part of life," Phileas interjected. I was bullied, but I learned how to deal with it and make my own way. Not everyone has your fortitude, Phileas, Poppy countered. There are young children who come into the infirmary week after week having been hexed, and nothing is done. It's unacceptable. Well, if they don't report who did it to a staff member, what can be done? Pomona asked. And they won't, Severus pointed out. Telling tales is against the unwritten rules of the schoolyard. Well, I believe a bullying policy that encourages children to come forward with a promise of anonymity and confidentiality, along with a supportive teaching staff who don't just say, I was bullied and I turned out all right, buck up, would be beneficial, Poppy said firmly. What do you think, Albus? Phileas asked. Are you for or against? I don't see any need to implement something additional to our normal policy, Albus replied. Poppy snorted loudly. What policy? A rush of wings had everyone at the table looking up as the mail delivery arrived. Albus accepted the daily profit from a tawny owl in exchange for some sausage. The headline made him choke on his juice. Sirius Black awarded custody of the boy who lived. Rita Skeeter reported that the Ministry of Magic announced their decision to revoke custody of the boy who lived from his Muggle relatives and to place him with the newly exonerated Sirius Black. Calls for this action had increased since Black was cleared of all charges related to the deaths of his good friend and the Muggles who died during his confrontation with the wanted Death Eater, Peter Pettigrew. Minister Fudge noted in a press announcement that the decision was made after a copy of the Potter's missing will was handed over to authorities. It is clear that the wishes of James and Lily Potter were to place their only child in the safekeeping of long-term family friends, two of whom had been named as the child's godparents. According to this Prophet reporter, Frank and Alice Longbottom were the first choice of guardians for young Harry. They are a well-respected couple from an ancient and noble house, in a stable marriage with a child of their own. Sources suggest they had begun a search for the will in the days before they were attacked, intending to challenge Harry's placement with the Muggles by Albus Dumbledore. They are currently residents of the long-term spell damage ward at St. Mungo's and are unable to take custody. Augusta Longbottom said, the Longbottoms and the Potters have long been allies. It is regrettable that my son and his wife were unable to assume guardianship as the Potters wished. Alice Longbottom, née Kerrigan, shared a close friendship with Lily Potter, née Evans, at Hogwarts. They chose each other as godmothers for their sons, who were born only a day apart. Sirius Black was named godfather to young Harry and was therefore the immediate second choice, despite being young and single. His solicitor, Brian Cutter of Cutter, Glock and Barron, provided this statement: my client, Sirius Black, is delighted at the decision of the ministry and looks forward to fully introducing his godson to the wizarding world beyond Hogwarts. He is currently abroad and undergoing medical treatment in line with conditions set by the ministry. He would like to thank Minister Fudge for expediting the decision on behalf of himself and Harry so they may spend part of the summer together before Harry resumes his schooling. Black's upbringing as an heir to an ancient and noble house also prepares him for his new duty as regent of the House of Potter. The current proxy for the House of Potter is Alma Sampson, appointed by the Chief Warlock in the absence of a regent, as per Wizengamot rules. Mr. Sampson, a former Order of Merlin recipient, was unavailable for comment. We at the Prophet wish Harry much happiness with his new guardian. This was a disaster, Albus thought sadly. Fabulous, Severus drawled beside him. If the brat wasn't already spoiled. Enough. Minerva interrupted sharply, slamming her hand down on the table with enough force to rattle the plates and make the cutlery jump. I have had enough of your derogatory comments and snide remarks about Harry Potter. You are entitled to your opinion on Black, although I despise your daily commentary about him. Merlin knows the two of you have quite a history between you and you are both adults. But belittling and bad-mouthing a boy, a student. Nothing, she emphasized, her eyes flashing as Severus attempted to speak. Nothing to deserve such abuse beyond being James Potter's son is entirely unacceptable behavior for a teacher within these walls. You will speak respectfully of him as you would insist he speak of you. Now, Minerva. Albus interjected hurriedly. Don't Minerva me. Minerva glared at him across the table. I have looked away from unacceptable behavior for too long, but no more. She huffed in anger. Poppy is right, we have a problem with bullying. Why? Because we condone such behavior by inaction. We do not open our eyes and see what is right under our very big noses. She threw down her napkin and left before anyone could respond. The rest of the table fell silent, unnerved by the confrontation between their colleagues. Well, Albus cleared his throat. Perhaps Minerva is correct. We should all pay more attention and speak out against any signs of bullying, especially with our planned visitors to Hogwarts this coming year. He turned to Severus, who looked faintly stunned. Severus, would you join me in my office, please? Albus didn't wait for Severus's agreement. He rose from the table and glided away, fully expecting Severus to follow, which he did. Albus waited until he was settled behind his desk before waving Severus into a visitor's chair. Headmaster, you cannot. Severus began. Albus raised his hand to stop him. Severus, I know your history with Sirius Black better than anyone. I know you provoked him into daring you, fully aware of what awaited you at the end of the tunnel. I know you hated James Potter for saving you because you had hoped to kill Remus Lupin and get Black expelled. Did they bully you? Yes, but in later years, you started just as many skirmishes between you as they did. This is the truth. Of your history, I told you at the time that I knew all that had transpired. Severus blinked at him. I do not expect you to befriend Sirius Black, nor do I expect you to suddenly proclaim a positive view of the man. However, I do expect you to realize that your reactions to the news over the past week have alienated Minerva. She is distressed at the thought that an innocent man, a former Gryffindor student of hers, spent the better part of 12 years in Azkaban. She finds your open delight in that fact, and your wish that he had been kissed, distasteful in the extreme. I expect you to address that misstep and mend your working relationship. Perhaps I have been less than discreet in my comments, Severus admitted, adjusting his robes. You have made a similar mistake in regards to Harry, Albus noted coolly. Minerva's point was well made, and I have allowed your attitude towards him to continue for far too long. I had hoped you would come to see for yourself that Harry is not his father and possesses many of Lily's qualities. His life has not been easy or spoiled, and he will certainly face much hardship in the future, given what we know must come to pass. While I trust your commitment to helping him defeat Voldemort, your enmity towards Harry will not serve us in achieving that goal. Don't think I don't know that Minerva had to step in as deputy and adjudicate Harry's mark in potions at the end of last year. It is not acceptable professional behavior, and you will stop, Severus. Severus flinched from the criticism and sat back. You and I both know it is not that easy. If Sybil's latest prediction was correct, then even now Pettigrew helps the Dark Lord rise again. If I am to regain my position as a spy, you will say that I have ordered you to be civil to the boy, Albus interrupted. It is even the truth, Severus, so it should suffice. Civility will not harm our plans. He repressed his smile. Severus scowled and picked up the newspaper. This, on the other hand, may derail things significantly. Albus sighed and leaned back. Has Lucius mentioned a new Lord Black? We haven't spoken since just after Black's escape, and the topic of conversation revolved around that debacle, Severus replied, trying to hide his surprise, though Albus noticed. I can make contact and see what he knows. Please do, Albus said gratefully. Severus regarded him thoughtfully. You believe a new Lord Black is responsible for Black's good fortune with the Ministry? It is a theory, Albus replied mildly. But if there is, and he is. He spread his hands wide. We need to know more before determining friend or foe. Severus got to his feet. With your permission, Headmaster. Albus dismissed him, advising that Minerva preferred chocolate-covered apologies. He settled back and considered his options. The only good thing was Harry remained away from Privet Drive with the Dursleys and therefore hidden. Albus could go to the Ministry and protest the guardianship, but that would expose the level of his interest in Harry and provoke questions he did not want to answer. No, it was best to deal with Sirius directly and come to some agreement before Sirius returned to take actual custody of Harry. This meant approaching Remus Lupin or Brian Cutter, the solicitor mentioned in the Prophet, for information on Sirius's whereabouts. Both were difficult, but Albus perhaps had a little more leverage with Remus. The former professor owed him for allowing him to come to Hogwarts as a student and for employing him for a year. He picked up some parchment and began a letter. Time bubble, August 9th, 1994. Harry heard the crunch of footsteps coming up the mountain path and hurriedly wiped his eyes with the backs of his hands. He wasn't surprised that someone had followed him. He had run off abruptly in the middle of his mind-healing session, but he really wanted to be alone. He had hated his life with the Dursleys. Yet, he sometimes appreciated the solitude they had unintentionally provided him through his many chores and their general dislike of his presence. He rarely experienced that kind of solitude at the clinic, where treatments, lessons, and living with Sirius kept him busy. It seemed foolish to resent the lack of solitude when he had gained so much more, someone who genuinely cared for him, someone who loved him. Sirius had been endlessly patient with Harry during the past month. Harry's magic was under control again, and he knew he had learned more than during his first year at Hogwarts. They had even begun some fourth-year material. Sirius had also added dueling to the curriculum, which was just thrilling, and Harry had quickly developed a love for runes as well. Sirius was as good a teacher as Remus. It hadn't all been work, though. Black Hawk, or Noshi, as he insisted on being called, had introduced him to his grandchildren as promised. Kimi was 14 and enjoyed Quidditch. She reminded him of the Gryffindor Chaser girls. Hewitt was 15, quiet and studious, but he had a wicked sense of humor. They were both a lot of fun, and they spent every Saturday afternoon flying, playing games, or exploring the hiking trails with Harry. Neither of them seemed overawed by his reputation as the boy who lived, and he hoped he had made 2 new friends. Still, he missed Hermione and Ron. He missed being able to write to them and hear their replies. Healer Fay had suggested he keep a journal of his time at the clinic to give to them when he returned. He had felt a bit silly at first, but it helped. He figured Hermione would read it, but he doubted Ron would be interested. As he realized he had heard the crunch of steps but no one had actually approached him, he glanced over his shoulder. There sat the familiar animagus form of his godfather by the pathway, a rucksack at his paws, clearly guarding him. Alone with his thoughts. Harry felt a surge of affection and cleared his throat. "It's okay, Padfoot," he said softly. Padfoot responded eagerly, picking up the rucksack in his mouth and jogging up to Harry, dropping the rucksack at his feet. He pushed his head against Harry's chest, and Harry patted the grim. "I'm sorry, Padfoot, but I think I need to talk with Sirius." Padfoot stepped back and transformed. Harry reached out for a hug, and Sirius immediately gathered him up. It didn't occur to Harry that this was the first time he had chosen the man over the dog, or that it was the first hug he had initiated. He simply savored the security of knowing Sirius cared about him. Sirius ruffled his hair. "Do you want to talk about it?" "No," Harry murmured. He sighed and shuffled back from his godfather. "I didn't blow anything up, did I?" "Nope," Sirius assured him, snagging the rucksack and opening it to get to a water bottle, which he handed to Harry. "You controlled yourself wonderfully, and nothing blew up." "Well, maybe a small ornament, but Healer Fay said it was hideous and deserved to die." Harry grimaced. Given how powerful his magic truly was, an ornament blowing up was minor. He sipped his water and stared out at the view of the valley. He could see for miles. "Did Healer Fay tell you?" "No," Sirius said, opening another water bottle and taking a large gulp. He gestured with it. "All your mind-healing sessions are confidential, Harry." Harry sighed and rubbed his nose as he considered how to tell Sirius what he had realized. "I was telling her about overhearing the professors talk about you in Hogsmeade." He shifted on the uncomfortable ground and plucked at a blade of grass. "I don't know why I didn't put it together before, but Hagrid met you at Godric's Hollow and took me. Because he had orders from Dumbledore. He was the one who left me with my aunt, wasn't he?" "Dumbledore, I mean. But Hagrid too. He delivered me like a parcel." "Why?" A sharp gust of wind swirled around them, prompting Sirius to place a hand on Harry's arm. "Take a breath, Harry." Harry felt his magic straining to break free as his emotions spiraled out of control. He hurriedly followed Sirius's advice, closing his eyes and focusing on his breathing exercises. He wrestled his emotions back and gradually nudged his magic into dormancy. "I'll tell you what I know," Sirius promised. "Hagrid was already there when I arrived at your parents' house. I was a mess as soon as I saw your dad." Tears glistened in his eyes. "I took you from Hagrid for a while. You were crying and hurt, and I tried to heal you. But Hagrid said he had orders to get you to Dumbledore so they could take you to your aunt's." Sirius collected himself. "I protested quite vehemently, but Hagrid wouldn't be swayed. He had his orders. Then I made a decision that is the biggest regret of my life, Harry, and I let Hagrid take you." Harry bit his lower lip but held Sirius's gaze. "I knew your mum had placed wards around your aunt's house to protect her from the Death Eaters. Your aunt was clueless about them and hadn't talked to your mum in ages. But at the time, stowing you with her until the immediate danger passed seemed like a good idea." Sirius gestured with his bottle. "And, admittedly, I was pleased I would be free to go after Peter. I was very foolish and should have insisted on going with Hagrid to look after you myself." "I'm not mad at you, Sirius," Harry reassured him. "I mean, I was a little at the end of term, but you've more than. What I mean is, I'm making up for it now," Sirius suggested as Harry struggled to find the right words. Harry took a moment to express his feelings. "Yes," he confirmed, letting out a sigh of relief. "Good," Sirius replied. "Anyway, you were meant to go to the Longbottoms according to the will. Alice Longbottom is your godmother and was your mum's best friend. Frank was a couple of years older and like an older brother to your dad. They were married, happy, and had Neville. James and Lily figured they would be the best guardians for you, and I couldn't disagree with them. Back then, I was a young single male with only occasional babysitting experience. Don't get me wrong. If I hadn't ended up in Azkaban, I would have happily raised you, but they were the better choice." "What happened to them?" Harry asked, curious. "Neville never talks about them, and I know he was raised by his gran," Sirius explained. "They were attacked a couple of weeks after you got rid of Voldemort. My cousin Bella, her husband, his brother, and Barty Crouch Jr. tortured them into insanity. They're in St. Mungo's." "Poor Neville," thought Harry. He wondered which was worse, losing his parents or what had happened to Neville's. Either way, they had both lost the opportunity to be raised by their mum and dad. From what I can gather from Remus, the Longbottoms were going to challenge for custody before they got attacked. Dumbledore told them your aunt had taken guardianship, and they knew that wasn't what was in the will, Sirius continued. "Only no one could find a copy, as mine was in my vault, and you need a Potter to open the Potter vault. With no will, legally you would have been placed with the Dursleys anyway, since your aunt is your closest living relative." Harry sighed again. "So Professor Dumbledore just did what would have happened anyway?" "Pretty much," Sirius said, letting that fact sink in. Did he know about how it was for me with them?" Sirius grimaced. "I think he suspected you didn't have the best life there, Harry, but do I? Do you think he knew the details?" "I don't know. Only he can tell you for certain. It's just..." Harry tore some grass from the ground and let it fall through his fingers. "I thought he cared about me. But if he cared, wouldn't he have checked up on me? Made sure I wasn't living in the cupboard? I don't understand." His previous anger and hurt surged again. While he focused on regaining control of his magic, he missed Sirius's angry glare at the mention of the cupboard. "You're right. Someone should have checked on you. That's the job of the Wizarding Orphan Office. Only for your safety, I assume Dumbledore didn't record your placement with your aunt at the Ministry," Sirius explained. "Dumbledore should have checked on you himself, but he promised your aunt minimal dealings with the wizarding world. Remus thinks Dumbledore also kept other people away from you, like friends of Jane's and Lily, so no one could lead Death Eaters to your door." Sirius shrugged. In this case, I think his inaction stemmed from caring about you, do you see? Harry nodded. However, don't confuse my understanding of his reasoning with agreement on his actions, or lack of actions, Sirius continued. He could have made different choices. He could have shown up once a year on your birthday, for instance, to check on you. Or he could have sent Remus, who can easily pass for a muggle, and would have given you a link to your mum and dad. Or he could have installed a monitoring charm to see how your relatives treated you. Your mum used to use one with babysitters. It frightened me the first time she recounted everything I did when I sat for you. As it stands, he left your relatives unchecked, and obviously, they believed they could get away with treating you or not exactly how they should have. Harry considered everything Sirius had said. It's like the chessboard, isn't it? That Remus did. He poked at his laces. This is one of the decisions you didn't like. Yes, Sirius agreed, exactly like the chessboard. He shifted into a cross-legged lotus position from their yoga exercises. The thing about actions, or non-actions, but let's stick with actions for now, is that an action on its own only tells you part of the story. Harry looked at him doubtfully. It sounded like it was leading into another politics lesson. Sirius had one of those every week. The first had been about the layout of wizarding government, which had actually been interesting. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement sounded cool. It included the Aura Force, the Hid Wizard Force for hunting dangerous criminals, and the Prosecution Service, which was similar to Muggle courts dealing with prosecutions and taking cases to court. The Department of Mysteries, on the other hand, sounded like something Hermione would prefer, since Sirius had said it was primarily a magical research department. There was also a small magical forensics department that handled magical reversals, obliviations, and investigations into strange or violent crimes, which sounded slightly more interesting. The Magical Intelligence Department, known as MI7, was fascinating because it focused on spying. What was particularly cool was that everyone in the Department of Mysteries was called an unspeakable, and their work was highly confidential. Sirius explained that both the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the Department of Mysteries were part of the Ministry of Magic. The rest of the ministry had what he called legislative powers. The individual departments determined government policy, created laws, and worked to get them passed, similar to Muggles, and liaised with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement on enforcement. The minister was elected based on their political agenda. It all sounded very boring to Harry, but at least he finally understood what Arthur Weasley did and why the ministry attracted someone like Percy. The last part of the government was the Wizengamot, the magical equivalent of Parliament, or at least the House of Lords, and about as interesting. Unfortunately, Sirius pointed out to him that he had no choice but to get involved. Harry felt somewhat interested because the Potters had a seat in the Wizengamot. Whether he would sit in it himself, which seemed unlikely, or give his proxy to someone, which his regent would manage until he was of age, he should have an opinion. The second political lesson Sirius had ambushed him with focused even more on the Wizengamot, particularly its structure. The history of the Wizengamot was deeply boring, and not even Sirius's animated puppets could make it less so. Harry had written down as much as he remembered in his journal for Hermione. The Wizengamot had three main purposes: forming the government, which meant voting the minister in or out and approving budgets, passing laws, which was obvious, and serving as the judge and jury for crimes. The prosecution service of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement handled minor crimes and misdemeanors, so only major crimes usually went before the Wizengamot. These primarily included the use of the unforgivables, murder, and violent assault. There were 50 formal seats in the Wizengamot. 30 of these had been held by the original ancient and noble houses that were part of the Wizards' Council, although only 22 ancient and noble houses remained, as 8 had been sold or given away after their lines went extinct. Another 13 seats were held by recipients of the Order of Merlin First Class, and 5 seats were occupied by the minister, the head of the DMLE, the head of the Department of Mysteries, and 2 other ministry appointees. A formal seat was owned by a family and usually occupied by the head of house or a named proxy. If a seat was empty because the head of house was underage and there was no legal proxy named, the chief warlock, who presided over the Wizengamot and ensured it followed protocol, had the authority to name one. That had happened in Harry's case, and he felt disturbed that an unknown person was voting on laws in the name of his family without him knowing anything about it. If a family line ended, the seat was returned to the floor. All members of the Wizengamot could nominate a new family to take over the seat, and the members voted on the nominations. The winner would be awarded the seat. Buying and selling seats had been made illegal, as had using them to cover debts. The Weasleys had lost their seat for that reason in the past. It was rare for the pure-blooded original owners of the seats to nominate anyone outside their social circle. The only Muggleborns who had seats had achieved entry as recipients of the Order of Merlin. The third lesson had opened his eyes to political agendas. Sirius had created an animated drawing of a fictional Wizengamot made up of 10 people debating a fictional law that aimed to make dark chocolate the only chocolate available. "See," Sirius said, waving at the parchment where a rather disturbing caricature of Lucius Malfoy appeared. "Malfoy wants the law because he thinks dark is the purest form of chocolate." An animated cartoon of Dumbledore then appeared. "He opposes the law because he prefers white chocolate, light and full of milky goodness. And there's me, I oppose the law because I prefer milk, which is the best of both worlds and frankly the most popular kind." He pointed at Harry, who was dismayed to see a shy animated version of himself waving from the parchment. "Those are our agendas. What's yours?" "Milk," Harry replied immediately. "I don't like dark chocolate because it's too bitter, and white chocolate makes me feel sick. So I guess I oppose the law too." The animation then shifted to political alliances. Since the animated Malfoy wanted the law to pass and Dumbledore and Sirius did not, all of them needed to find others to help their point of view win. Sirius added animated versions of Goyle and Knot, known dark chocolate lovers who were likely to side with Malfoy. Then he added animated versions of Bones and Longbottom, known white chocolate supporters, along with milk chocolate supporters Greengrass and Abbott. "Who wins now?" Sirius asked. "Us," Harry said confidently. "There are more people who like other kinds of chocolate than dark." "Correct. If all the white and milk chocolate supporters got together, they would. We defeat the dark chocolate law by a vote of 3 for and 7 against." Sirius agreed. But the dark chocolate supporters know this, so they've amended the proposed law to allow both dark and milk chocolate, while outlawing white chocolate. "Well, that's not fair," Harry said. "Why not?" "Because it still discriminates against people who like white chocolate." "So, you're still opposed?" Harry nodded. "Excellent, so am I," Sirius said happily. "Now we have to convince Greengrass and Abbott." Sirius encouraged the animated Harry to speak with the animated Greengrass and Abbott. As a result, Abbott accepted Harry's argument about equality, but Greengrass did not. The law was defeated, but only just, with a vote of 6 to 4. It had almost been fun. Almost. It had also been hard work, and Sirius ended the lesson by indicating that there was a lot more to alliances than simply agreeing on one particular issue. He pointed out that if animated Harry had offered animated Greengrass support for something Greengrass wanted, he might have convinced her too. Political lessons were sometimes fun, sometimes not, but always informative. Even if Harry didn't want to know, he was planning to avoid politics for the rest of his life, Sirius was firm that he had to learn. Harry figured Hermione was going to love his journal. He hurriedly brought his mind back to what he believed would be the latest lesson. Actions and the action itself only tell part of the story. "Let's look at one of your actions," Sirius declared cheerfully. Harry grimaced. "Do we have to?" "We have to," Sirius confirmed with a grin. "After all, you know the whole story about your own actions." That made sense, he thought. "So, what action are we looking at?" Sirius looked at him thoughtfully. "How about your action in protecting the stone in your first year? What motivated you to protect it?" He blinked at his godfather. "Because Voldemort would have gotten it otherwise." Sirius hummed. "So you wanted to ensure he failed in his objective?" Harry shook his head. "I mean, yes, but it wasn't so much about me making sure he failed. It was more about making sure I didn't fail to stop him." "And why was that important to you?" "Because Harry paused, unsure of his answer. He thought about it. Well, he began again, some of it was the boy who lived stuff. I figured everyone expected me to stop him because I had before, you know? I kind of thought I had to because I was the one who had stopped him before too. So that was part of it. But I also wanted to stop him because of Mum and Dad. He killed them, and it wasn't right that he got to come back and they didn't. And because it was the right thing to do. Wasn't it? I knew he was going after the stone. I couldn't just let him get it. Yes, it was the right thing to do, Sirius said softly. Although I would have preferred it if you hadn't risked your life. He poked Harry in the ankle. But do you see how complicated your motivations were for protecting the stone? Multiple reasons, and not all of them obvious or apparent. Harry nodded. And the lesson is? Sirius prompted. People will have reasons for their actions, and there could be many reasons. Not all of them will be out there for you to see. Exactly. Sirius beamed at him. You always need to question why someone does something or wants to do something. What's the benefit to them? What's the benefit to you? Look at what Remus and I did with Minister Fudge. He initiated the investigation on the promise of a new, more powerful political ally. He figured if he gave Lord Black the investigation, then Lord Black would look favorably upon him. That means he stays as minister for longer, and he gets power and money. Harry sighed. Doesn't anyone do anything just because it's right? Hardly anyone, Sirius said after a moment of hesitation. I could say that I got custody of you just because it was the right thing to do, and it is. But that's not the only reason. I made it happen because, selfishly, I want to be part of your life because I love you. I wanted custody so I could have more say in protecting you. And because I promised your mum and dad, and I wanted to keep my promise. See? Harry understood. He had to admit that all of Sirius's reasons were good ones and ultimately benefited him. He nodded at his godfather. Now, here's the second half of the lesson. What reason do you think Dumbledore thought you had for protecting the stone? Sirius asked. The question stumped Harry for a moment because he'd never considered what Dumbledore had thought. I guess he thought I'd done it because I wanted to stop Voldemort because of my parents. Maybe, Sirius hummed. That's probably on target. What about Snape? What do you think he thought? That I did it because I wanted the attention or the adventure of it, Harry replied, rolling his eyes expressively. And the rest of the school? Sirius prompted. Probably it was a mix. Hopefully, my friends knew my reasons pretty well, but others probably believed the same as Dumbledore or Snape, I guess. People are always going to judge you on your actions, Sirius explained bluntly. They may not take your word for it that you did something for a specific reason because they may not like you or trust you. On the other hand, someone may not believe you even if they do like you and trust you. That's human nature, unfortunately. It's so complicated. Harry exclaimed. Sirius ruffled his hair. Here endeth the lesson. But I want you to think back through some of your relationships with others and consider motivations, okay? Homework, Harry complained. Great. But he wasn't really complaining, and as Sirius helped him to his feet, they began to walk back down the path. As he walked down the mountain toward the cabin, he felt more at ease with everything regarding Dumbledore. He didn't agree with Dumbledore's choice to leave him with the Dursleys and not check on him, but he understood that Dumbledore's intentions were likely to protect him. However, he no longer believed he could blindly trust that Dumbledore had all the answers or that he always acted for the right reasons. Not anymore. Chapter 14, Healing Padfoot and Pronglet. Remus was hiking up the path to Hogwarts, feeling annoyed about having to talk to Albus. He was even more frustrated that he owed Sirius 5 galleons. When it gets out about my guardianship of Harry, Dumbledore will come after you for where I am, Sirius said sagely. I don't think he will, Remus countered. He won't have any reason to think we're in that close contact or that we've reconnected enough for you to inform him. Bollocks, Moony, Sirius pointed at him. You're my closest friend. I bet you 5 galleons that he'll write you a wonderful letter asking you to meet with him as a favor to your old headmaster. When you go to his office, he'll use the fact that he allowed you to attend Hogwarts and gave you a job for a year to try to weasel the information out of you. He paused. It's lucky he can't read your mind. So I'll tell him I don't know, Remus replied. No, Sirius said with a grin. We should prank him. Remus sighed. This wasn't going to end well. And bugger it all, Sirius had been right. He muttered angrily to himself as he entered the castle and began the long walk to Dumbledore's office. He stood in front of the gargoyle and looked at it menacingly. "I'm here at the headmaster's request." The gargoyle moved aside. Remus continued up the stairs, and Dumbledore called for him to enter. Remus had seen the inside of the headmaster's office twice during his time as a student. The first time was to discuss the terms of his stay due to his lycanthropy. He had been 11 and scared to death. The second time was when Dumbledore had quizzed him about how much he knew about Sirius taunting Snape into the tunnel on the night of the full moon. Remus knew nothing, and it took him months to forgive Sirius for almost letting him eat someone, even Snape. Remus took the offered chair, declined the candy and tea, citing another meeting. He went straight on the offensive. "What can I do for you, Albus?" "Brilliant news about Sirius and Harry, isn't it?" "Yes, indeed." Albus smiled, his eyes twinkling, though the smile seemed faintly forced. "Actually, it was on that very subject that I wanted to make a plea for assistance." "Oh." Remus crossed his legs and tried to appear helpful. "I wanted to talk with Sirius before he returns from abroad about Harry," Albus explained. "There are things of which Sirius may be unaware that he needs to know." He continued seriously. "I fear Voldemort will soon rise again with Mr. Pettigrew's help, and his attention will undoubtedly turn to Harry, the boy who banished him for so many years." "I agree," Remus said carefully. This was definitely more than he or Sirius had expected Albus to share. Harry would be a target if Voldemort came back to power. "You always were a good student, Remus," Albus said, dropping the hint about who had allowed him to be one. "And an even better teacher, if I may say so. You understand that Harry will need every advantage in the coming dark days." There was the reminder about who had given him a job. "So you will agree Sirius and I need to talk." "I understand why you wish to talk with him, Albus, but I'm not sure why it can't wait until Sirius gets back and takes custody of Harry," Remus said. "According to the newspaper, he is currently undergoing treatment." "Yes, I'm so glad he didn't decide to fight the Ministry on that," Albus said. "But I do feel it would be best for Harry that we talk before Sirius comes back to Britain, and I believe you know where Sirius is." "If I did know, Albus, it would be a confidence given to me by a friend," Remus pointed out. "And I'm still not convinced it can't wait." He could hear Sirius's voice reminding him not to make it too difficult. "Easy on the old wizard," Albus said. "I understand, and while I wouldn't normally press you to betray the confidence of a friend, I think you know me well enough to realize that I would never make such a request if it were not of the utmost importance, dear boy. I wish I could explain more, but I feel it is only fair to inform Sirius first, as it must be his decision if anyone else should be told." Remus considered Albus for a long moment before sighing, not so dramatically that it would be obvious, but enough to signal a surrender. He withdrew a parchment from the inside pocket of his robes. Sirius had prepared it before he went away, and he handed it to Albus. Albus happily took the parchment and read it aloud. "Remus, hope you've heard the excellent news. I have Harry. Well, not yet, but soon. Off to get myself sorted out. I found a wonderful little clinic in Thailand. Will be in touch when I get back. Sirius." "Thank you, Remus," Albus said warmly as he passed the parchment back. "If Sirius asks," Remus began. Albus nodded at him. "I'll be sure to be mysterious about my sources." Remus got to his feet as he tucked the parchment back into his robes. He decided some additional teasing wouldn't go amiss. "I assume you've seen Harry. How did he take the news? I'm sure he must be delighted." "Ah," Albus's twinkle faltered for a moment. Harry and the Dursleys remain away. I'm sure they'll return soon, and I will inform him then. Right. Albus no doubt hoped to talk Sirius out of taking custody by then. Remus felt any lingering regret at Sirius's prank disappear. He swallowed the retort that sprang to his lips and managed a smile instead. Well, I must be off. Albus gave a benign answering smile of his own. Thank you again, Remus. Yes, remember I was never here, Albus. Remus departed before Albus could say another word and hurried down the hall. Remus walked down the stairs and back into the main part of the castle. He headed for Gryffindor Tower, where his next appointment was waiting. When he received Albus's subtle summons, he decided to combine it with a meeting with Minerva. She had sent some suggestions for the scholarship to Brian, who had forwarded them to Remus as the steward of the House of Potter. He was also concerned after her reaction at the will reading, and he hoped his news would alleviate some of the pain and guilt she had felt. He tapped lightly on her office door and opened it at her invitation. Remus, Minerva smiled briefly at him. I take it your business with Albus is complete. She moved over to a hat stand and pulled on a warm cloak of deep blue. She placed her hat on her head and adjusted it. All done, Remus confirmed, looking enviously at an expensive box of chocolates sitting on her desk. He took a piece of parchment from his pocket and handed it to her. My steward Remus Lupin invites you to 12 Grimmauld Place. Minerva looked up from the paper and considered him intently. Fideus. One of two, Remus confirmed. The Floo address is Black Manor. Shall we? She nodded sharply and headed to the flue. She tapped it with her wand, and the fire erupted. Remus went first, taking a pinch of flue powder and stating the address firmly. Minerva stepped through just after he arrived. She glanced around the room and breathed in sharply at the crest on the wall. The House of Black, she exclaimed, snapping her gaze to Remus inquisitively. Sirius assumed the head of house to secure his freedom, Remus explained. I'll explain more when we reach our next destination. He handed her a second piece of parchment. Remus Lupin invites you to Griffin House, Potter Lane. A smile flitted over Minerva's stern features. We thought the name was apt, as the house is owned by 3 Gryffindors. We named the lane ourselves in memory of James and Lily, Remus explained. The flue address is Prongs. It will only be accessible through this flue. Minerva nodded in understanding. They repeated their trip through the flue, and Remus shut it down as soon as Minerva stepped through. He watched as she took a long look around the sunny hallway. It featured a wide wooden door leading outside and a large window that showcased the open space in front of the house, which led to a path into the forest. The hallway was painted a warm cream, with dark wood flooring. There was a set of hooks on the wall by the door, an umbrella stand, and a sturdy wooden table that served as a dumping ground for keys and various items. A wide wooden staircase led up to the upper floors. A faint pop signaled the arrival of the house elf. May Dobby take the cloak and hat of Harry Potter's Professor McGoggles, he beamed up at her. Minerva raised an eyebrow but surrendered her robe and hat. Thank you, she said. And you, Harry Potter's Mooey. Remus sighed and let the house elf remove his outer robe as well, hanging it on a hook. Tea in the sunroom, please, Dobby, he instructed. The excited house elf nodded and popped away. An unusual elf, Minerva commented. Harry freed him from the Malfoys, apparently. He appeared out of the blue just as Sirius and I agreed we needed to find an elf to help look after Harry. He's a free elf. We're paying him a galleon a month. It tickles Sirius to no end. Remus shook his head. Dobby's incredibly loyal to Harry and protective of him, which is the main thing. He smiled happily at her. Welcome to Harry's new home. Shall I give you a tour? I'd appreciate a female point of view. I'd be delighted, Minerva replied, smiling. They went upstairs first. The attic room with its sloping roof and adjoining ensuite bathroom belonged to Remus. The sign on the door read Mooney's Retreat. Mooney, Remus said as he opened the door. A large room on the floor below, complete with a shower room, belonged to Sirius, who also had a sign displaying his Marauder name. Minerva's fingers brushed over the sign on the door opposite Sirius's, which read Pronglet, before she stepped inside. She nodded in approval at the warm chocolate color that filled the room, reflected in the furnishings, linen, and curtains with cream and gold accents. The room wasn't overly large but contained the essentials: a wardrobe, a chest of drawers, a bedside table, a reading chair, and a bed. A bookcase filled with Harry's school books, along with a desk and chair for studying, were positioned under the large window on the right, which looked out onto the back garden and the countryside beyond. Hedwig snoozed contentedly on her perch beside the desk. "We've set it up to be similar to the room he has at Black Manor," Remus explained. "He can charm the colors here to something he prefers once he arrives. Sirius wants him to have some say in making the room his." "An excellent idea," Minerva agreed, waving her wand to transform the chocolate color to Gryffindor red. "I believe Harry will find the familiarity comforting for his first night." Remus grinned and led her back down the stairs, briefly showing her the 2 guest bedrooms before they returned to the hallway. There was a large, comfortable living room at the front of the house, which Minerva admired. With Remus's permission, she conjured a tartan throw for the sofa and some cushions for the chairs. She picked up the photos of the Marauders, Lily, and Harry on the mantelpiece, smiling wistfully at them before following Remus into a study filled with bookcases and 2 desks on opposite walls. The study overlooked the back garden and had doors leading out to a small patio area. Remus grabbed a file and a book from his desk, and they walked back to the hallway, passing through another formal reception room where Minerva made similar finishing touches. They moved into the dining room, leading to the large kitchen. Remus then took Minerva down the steps into the basement, which had been set up for magical practice. He finally stopped the tour in the large sunroom at the back of the house, where a table was already laid out with afternoon tea waiting for them. Remus pulled out Minerva's chair and helped her settle in before taking his own seat. "So, what do you think?" he asked. "It's lovely," Minerva replied sincerely. "I believe Harry will be very happy here with you both, Remus." She accepted his silent offer of tea, picking up the teapot, and waited until he had poured her a cup before continuing. "You'll forgive me for noting that I don't believe this amount of work was possible in just the few days since Sirius was awarded custody." "No, indeed," Remus said. He filled her in on Sirius assuming his position as the head of the House of Black, their plan to clear Sirius's name, the Ministry's discovery of Harry Potter's life with the Muggles, and the immediate awarding of custody to Sirius. He mentioned the agreement for the news to leak slowly to the public. "Quite honestly, we thought we would have another week of wrangling with Fudge about the custody," Remus added, passing her a plate of warm scones. But apparently, Amelia Bones was horrified by the Muggles and pushed for Harry's immediate removal from them. Minerva sliced her scone open. "I should have listened to my first instinct about those Muggles. I don't know why I let Albus talk me into leaving Harry with them. I had just found out about Lily and James, but that is no excuse for walking away as I did." "We all walked away, Minerva," Remus pointed out. "Sirius walked away when he handed Harry to Hagrid, something I know haunts him. Hagrid walked away believing, as you did, that Albus knew best. I held on as long as I could, but even I walked away in the end because I had to live my own life. You're not alone in making that mistake. We all trusted Albus to take care of Harry." Minerva nodded, accepting the comfort as she bit into her scone. Remus buttered his own scone before he continued. "If the will had emerged sooner, things would have been different, I'm sure." "Perhaps," Minerva said as she wiped her fingers on a napkin. "Although I wonder if I wouldn't have allowed Albus to convince me that Harry was safer with the Muggles." She shook her head. "I certainly allowed him to convince me that talking with Harry about his family was inappropriate, but I try not to show favoritism at the school." "So no favoritism except in matters of Quidditch?" Remus teased. "You did make Harry the youngest Seeker for 100 years. "That was not favoritism," Minerva retorted primly. "It was desperation not to continue losing to Slytherin." Remus chuckled. "I have come to realize with Harry that I have erred badly." Minerva confessed, "I could have arranged to meet him during the Christmas or Easter break and offered him some knowledge of his family." Hagrid said the Muggles had told him next to nothing, and while I contributed photos for the album he made, I should have done more. I didn't tell Harry about knowing James when I met him either, Remus sympathized. It's difficult as a professor to communicate that kind of personal information to a student. I didn't realize just how difficult until I became a teacher. Minerva picked up her cup. Well, I had decided to request a meeting with Harry once Sirius returns and takes custody of him. I'm sure he'll agree, but actually, Sirius already has custody of Harry. Remus smiled at her shock. But Albus? Thinks Harry is away with his relatives, Remus nodded briskly. Just as Sirius intended. He took Harry with him to a clinic for treatment. Harry was badly affected by the Dementors during the school year, and beyond that, Sirius was unhappy that Harry was, well, small for his age, shall we say. He wanted Harry to get fully checked out. A wise and responsible decision, Minerva replied. That's a responsible decision. Minerva agreed, blinking back her surprise. I'm hoping it's given them some time to bond, Remus said. I should have realized when I saw Harry's owl in his room. Minerva fixed him with a stare. Albus will not be happy when he finds out you kept this from him. He'll be even unhappier when he realizes that Sirius isn't in Thailand, Remus admitted cheerfully. Do I want to know, Mr. Lupin? Minerva questioned with mock sternness. Remus felt like a student under her gaze and squirmed. Sirius guessed Albus would want to speak with him once the guardianship was announced, and that he would press me for an answer. Minerva pursed her lips. You sent Albus to Thailand. Sirius and Harry will return tomorrow. I expect an adoption ceremony will soon follow, Remus said. Any opportunity to interfere with the guardianship will be gone. That your trust in Albus has eroded so much that you've taken these measures. Minerva sighed unhappily. She was still torn, Remus mused, caught between her respect for Albus and her own awakening realization that his decisions regarding Harry were not always for the best. She also grappled with the part she had played in allowing those decisions to stand despite her reservations. You also have to remember that Sirius holds Albus somewhat responsible for his wrongful imprisonment, Remus said softly. Sirius hasn't spoken to me much about it, but I think he was very hurt that he didn't merit even a visit from the leader of the Order to confirm his guilt. Not to mention Albus's failure as Chief Warlock to ensure that Sirius had a trial. Minerva sighed heavily. I cannot blame you or Sirius, she said quietly. Just as I cannot deny that Albus would interfere if he could. She frowned. I will not tell Albus you have sent him on a wild Nurgle chase, Remus, but only. I believe Harry will be much happier here than with those awful Muggles, Minerva said. Thank you, Minerva, Remus replied. There was something else Sirius wanted me to discuss with you, in case the will was read before he returns. You know you were on the list of potential guardians? Sirius hoped you would accept being named as Harry's guardian if something happens to him. But you? Minerva's cup clattered back into its saucer. Cannot, for obvious reasons, unless the law regarding werewolves changes, Remus said, somewhat pained by the admission. I believe Sirius included a clause that specifies you have to allow me access to Harry and keep me on as steward to the House of Potter. He picked up his own cup and took a fortifying sip. Sirius wanted to honor James and Lily's wishes by following the order of guardianship they laid out. But if you refuse, he has others in mind. Minerva shook herself slightly. I would be honored, she said with a smile. And I have no objection to the clause regarding you, Remus. Indeed, should such a tragedy occur, I would be grateful for your help. I'll confirm the details with Brian then, Remus said, smiling at her gratefully. Speaking of Brian, I guess we should cover the changes to the scholarship that you wanted to make. Of course, you're the steward, Minerva realized aloud. She shook herself and smiled fondly at Remus. You deserve the position, Remus. Although, what society will think of Sirius holding both the House of Black and the Regency of the House of Potter? It will certainly be interesting, Remus said as he flipped open the folder and took out a piece of parchment. Firstly, the change you wish to make to name an unpaid deputy for the scholarship to assist in the selection of the student and oversee anything should you be unavailable. Neither Brian nor I have any problems with that. Do you have someone in mind? I was thinking of Phileas. He adored Lily when she was a student, and his always had a soft spot for muggle-born children, Minerva said. He actually made the other suggestion. Phileas should be fine. The only person I would have seriously objected to is Severus, Remus explained. Although he was friends with Lily, his treatment of Harry prohibits it. I agree with you, Minerva said. Albus has spoken with Severus, but we shall see. The proof is in the casting, after all. The other suggestion, Phileas's, was it's an admirable sentiment wanting to either offer the scholarship retrospectively to a deserving muggle-born student from each year since 1982, when the scholarship should have gone into effect, or to 2 students going forward for the next 12 years, Remus said. Unfortunately, legally, Brian says we can't do it under the terms of the current scholarship. That said, as steward of the House of Potter, I can agree to the equivalent amount of funds for something we'll call the Lily Potter Muggleborn Award. You can award it annually going forward for the next 12 years, or in retrospect for 12 deserving recipients, 1 from each year since 1982. I think the latter would be most appropriate and ensure there is no conflict going forward, Minerva said. I suggest, in fairness, we award it to the highest Newt-scoring Muggleborn student from the 1982 to 1983 academic year until this past academic year. I can agree to that, Remus said. If you can provide me with the list of recipients, I'll have Brian draw up the legal papers to cover the award and its rules. He considered that Penelope would probably be a recipient. The young assistant was busily tackling the library at Black Manor and loving every minute of it. Thank you, Minerva said. I'd also like Harry to get involved with the scholarship. I would like his input into the selection criteria, and he should at least review the possible recipients on parchment and give his opinion before the candidate is chosen. After he's graduated, perhaps he could even come along to the interviews if he wished. An excellent idea, Remus agreed. Sirius. Minerva wants to give Harry some small duties to start him learning how to be a head of house. This would work well, she said. I confess that Sirius is displaying a maturity about his guardianship that takes me aback, Remus. Minerva set down her cup and looked around the pleasant sunroom. This is going to be a wonderful home for Harry. We're going to try our best, Remus replied. He closed the folder on the scholarship and tapped the book he had grabbed. Minerva, there is something else I need your help with. This book contains a spell that Lily performed on Harry just before she died. In fact, the sacrifice of her death to save him triggered the spell. We think it was partially responsible for helping Harry survive the killing curse. There's a second ritual to maintain the protection that I've marked. I'd like a second opinion. It was simple enough in theory. Assuming a blood adoption, it involved female witches in the adoptive family blessing the renewal of the protection with a simple ritual. Thankfully, it didn't seem to call for them to die. However, he'd feel better if someone else looked it over in case they found something he had missed. Minerva's eyebrows rose. I'd be happy to take a look, Remus. She examined his face intently. You intend to do it if it's possible. Sirius will do everything and anything needed to protect Harry, Minerva, Remus said simply. Anything. He paused as he held her gaze. And so will I. I won't walk away again. Her expression shifted to determination as she nodded slowly. Neither will I, Remus, neither will I. Time bubble, August 31st, 1994. Harry shrieked as Hewitt dragged him back under the water and Kimi squirted a water gun at her cousin. The sight of his godson playing with such carefree abandon made Sirius smile so much that his face ached. It is a happy sight, Noshi said beside him. They were ostensibly keeping an eye on the kids playing in the pool. The safety of the cabin's deck provided a perfect setting for the leaving party for Harry and Sirius, mostly for Harry, as they were heading home the next day. Sirius tilted his pumpkin juice toward the pool and said, "It is. I should thank you for introducing them. Harry's made 2 great friends. After the events of Monday, I am surprised you are thanking me," Noshi replied with a rueful smile. Monday. That day, Harry had gone to Herod's for dinner, and somehow all three kids had ended up drunk on muggled beer. A tipsy Harry lost control of his magic, and it was a wonder that the damage to Herod's house had been limited to the teen's bedroom. Luckily, both Herod and Kimi had emerged unscathed. Herod's parents had been alerted by the house wards and managed to get Harry sobered up, back to the clinic, and into isolation overnight before anything else could happen. Sirius had experienced a whirlwind of emotions that night. He was concerned when he learned Harry was in isolation, angry that Harry had been irresponsible, relieved beyond measure that he was fine, a little amused that Harry was being a typical teenager, and anxious at the realization that he would have to step up, be a parent, and punish him. How did Herod get hold of the beer anyway? Sirius asked. Quiet, sensible Herod would have been the last person he'd have picked to break the rules. In hindsight, he should have known, as Remus had been the same way. His older brother gave it to him after learning that Herod's relationship with his girlfriend had ended, Noshi explained. He advised Herod to drown his sorrows. Their mother is not pleased with either of them. I had to intercede to allow Herod to come to this farewell meal. Thank you, Sirius murmured. I can appreciate her point of view. Harry and I had a long talk about his punishment, but I couldn't take today away from him for a first offense. First offense? Noshi said, raising an eyebrow. Sirius chuckled. Charles Potter's punishment system. I imagined James would have used it on Harry, and Harry would respect it knowing it was his grandfather's system. He explained, for minor offenses, there were 3 stages of punishment. The first offense was when you did something you knew or suspected was wrong but probably didn't anticipate the consequences. The second offense was when you repeated something you knew was wrong and were aware of the consequences. The third offense was for repeat offenders who clearly didn't care about the consequences. Then, there were the major offenses, considered capital offenses. These were things that were not allowed under any circumstances. Rules that couldn't be broken included hurting someone unless in self-defense or deliberately destroying property in anger, that kind of thing. And punishment increases with the severity of the offense. Noshi nodded. It's a good system, he agreed. I also followed Healer Faye's advice and asked Harry what he thought his punishment should be for each offense. Sirius took a sip of his juice. She was right, he responded well to that. He knows exactly what he'll get now and has agreed to it. For Monday, he lost his flying privileges and was grounded for a week. His friend's ban, since he didn't do it alone, has only been revoked today due to extraordinary circumstances. A fair punishment, Noshi commented. I'm glad Healer Faye advised you well. She also told me it was a good sign that he's comfortable enough to test our relationship with bad behavior, Sirius said wryly. It's not exactly the proof I wanted that he'd settled. Noshi gave a short laugh. But she is right, that he feels secure enough to test your boundaries is encouraging. I hate having to punish him, Sirius admitted. I feel like a complete fraud after everything I did as a teenager. I can't wait until he's an adult and I don't have to do it anymore. I was also pleased when my children became fully adult, but then I realized I had also lost the ability to punish them, Noshi replied. When they were being stupid, Noshi commented. You cannot win as a parent. I guess not, Sirius said, laughing. He sobered a little, his gaze drifting back to Harry, who had gotten hold of the water pistol and started shooting a shrieking Kimi. I am also very thankful we found out that he had this problem with alcohol here and not at home. You will need to be certain that he understands the dangers, Noshi agreed. Until he is older and the control of his magic is second nature to him. Even then, I am not sure I would recommend he partake of any alcohol with the power he has. He's a good kid overall, so I don't think there'll be an issue, Sirius said. But I will talk to him again. And what of you, Sirius? Are you ready to go home? In some ways, no, Sirius admitted with a long sigh. Here feels safe and secure. We're hidden from the world. Whereas there's a lot of work to do to get Harry protected properly when I go back. There's a lot of political fencing that I'll need to do. I'm not looking forward to that part. And the other part. Our new home should be ready, which I can't wait to see, Sirius said. I want to get Harry settled and for us to enjoy living as a family before he heads back to Hogwarts. You would prefer it if he didn't go, Noshi surmised, observing Sirius's grimace. He's been in danger every year he's attended. Last year was partially my fault, so I share some of the blame for that, but... Sirius sighed. I'd prefer to homeschool him and know that he's safe. But as Moony would point out to me, what I'd really prefer is to wrap Harry in cotton wool and hide him away from the whole world for the rest of his life, which is unrealistic. He has friends at Hogwarts, he loves it there. I won't stop him from attending. Noshi patted his shoulder. It is a wise man who does not try to stop the stampeding buffalo. Sirius smiled at the saying and nodded. You have a clean bill of health, Sirius. Your mind is mended once more, and your body is strong, Noshi said firmly. If you and Harry continue as you are, I believe you will both find much happiness and love in your lives. I hope so, Sirius said fervently. He had something important to discuss with Harry. After dinner, the party broke up, and Sirius watched Harry say goodbye to his friends with a mix of nostalgic sympathy and amusement when Kimi kissed Harry on the cheek, causing him to blush. You're right, Sirius commented after the door closed, and Harry collapsed into a chair in front of the fire. I know, but it's not the same, Harry replied, a small whine in his voice. Sirius found it adorable rather than annoying, a sign of how much he loved the kid. We can visit next year, Sirius suggested, poking the fire. Or they could visit us. Yeah? Harry perked up at the idea. That would be cool. Sirius raised his eyebrows. Harry's accent had taken on an American twang, but he figured it would fade once they got back to Britain. We'll see how your letter writing goes. If you're still in contact with them by Easter, I'll write to Noshi and see what can be arranged. A visit from Kimi and Hewitt to Britain was possible, but Sirius wanted to ensure it was safe before inviting them. If Peter had found Voldemort. So, Sirius said, putting the poker down and standing up. He cleared his throat as nerves churned in his belly. There's something important that I need to ask you before we leave. Harry's gaze met his, and Sirius noticed a hint of uncertainty flicker in the teen's eyes. I love you, Harry, and I would very much like to adopt you, Sirius said quickly. If you would like me to. Harry stared at him for a long moment. Suddenly, he launched himself across the space between them and tackled Sirius. Sirius hugged Harry tightly, feeling him shake. He rubbed Harry's back soothingly and asked, I take it that's a yes. Harry nodded, though he didn't speak right away. Sirius allowed him to gather his emotions. After a moment, Harry pulled away and quickly wiped his eyes. Yes, he said, his voice breaking. Sirius fought the urge to shush him and embrace him again, noticing Harry's determination to continue. I would like that, to be adopted. Sirius couldn't help but hug him again, tears welling in his eyes. Eventually, they both stepped back and sheepishly wiped their faces. Well, we're a pair, aren't we? Sirius said, noticing the delight in Harry's eyes. He nudged Harry toward the sofa and sat down. I'm assuming you don't know about the adoption ritual. Harry frowned and shook his head. What is it? It falls under family magic. It's quite simple, really. I prick my finger, put some blood in a ritual bowl, and swear an oath that I take you to be my son. You do the same, only you swear an oath that you take me to be your father, Sirius explained. Legally, it has no meaning, and we still have to file papers with the WO for the legal side of things. But from a magical perspective, you'd be my son. So I become a Black instead of a Potter? Harry asked, confusion evident in his green eyes. Does that mean I stop being the Potter heir or? No, Sirius said firmly. You will always be your dad's heir in all respects, and your mum's too. They made you, so you're theirs, always. This just magically adds me to the list of parents. As for your name, he gestured at Harry. You could be Harry James Potter, Lord Potterblack, or Lord Harry James Potterblack, or Harry James Black, Lord Potterblack. It's your choice. It's entirely up to you, Sirius said. That said, Potter is your dad's name, and I respect that. You don't have to take mine. Truthfully, I think you will always be known as Harry Potter to our world, whether you change your name or not. I don't know, Harry replied. I think you're right. Even if I change my name, people will still call me Harry Potter. But I like the idea of not being that Harry Potter. Well, there's plenty of time to think about it. Sirius patted Harry's arm. Any other questions? Harry scratched his forehead, along the line of his faint scar, and bit his lip. What happens if you have other kids? Sirius thought that was highly unlikely, although it was something his mind healer had tried to get him to consider. His upbringing had never allowed him to view relationships and marriage as anything other than political maneuvers. Later, James and Lily had spoiled him, making him want the same kind of real love and partnership they had. But he struggled with emotional intimacy, which didn't bode well for that kind of relationship. He didn't see a political need to marry just to deal with emotional connections. If I do get married and have children, I would still consider you my firstborn, Sirius replied. But isn't it unfair if I inherit your things if you have kids of your own? Shouldn't they get everything? Harry pressed. Sirius smiled. It isn't unfair because you are one of my children. If I have other children, yes, there will be bequests to them too, from a monetary and property perspective. But I would still want you to inherit as my heir. He made a dismissive gesture. Look, if after my death you wanted to name a child of mine as heir to the House of Black so they would inherit upon your death, you could do that. Or you could name your eldest son as heir to both houses, or name one child as heir to the House of Potter and another as heir to the House of Black. Really, all this is very hypothetical since all these other children, yours and mine, are imaginary at this point, Sirius said. I guess, Harry replied vaguely. The other reason I would prefer you as the next head of the House of Black is political, Sirius admitted. If the house is going to build a different reputation, it needs to be led by wizards who are loyal to the light. If a Potter, specifically you, leads the house, that would help turn our reputation around. I doubt you'll have issues with the heir ritual. You're a powerful wizard, and the family magic loves power. Harry nodded in understanding. You wanted to do the inheritance ritual for my Potter magic once we got back anyway, didn't you? They had discussed it in their last politics lesson. Sirius grinned. Yes, and we'll definitely do your Potter inheritance ritual first. The black magic is dark in origin, and I want you protected by the light magic of the Potters. We'll need to organize some witnesses for the adoption ritual, which will take a few days. Harry nodded and yawned widely. Dead, Sirius declared. We have an early start again tomorrow. He enjoyed the brief hug Harry gave him and watched him head off to his room with a sense of giddy joy. Harry had said yes to the adoption. Sirius did a happy little dance around the fireplace before banking the fire and heading to his own bed. The morning dawned bright and early. Harry complained good-naturedly about taking the de-aging potion again. As soon as 5-year-old Harry appeared, he was just as adorably cute as ever and wanted his stuffed bear back. Sirius watched with amusement as Harry turned Healer Faye and Dr. Jordan to mush. He shook his head as Harry hugged Noshi goodbye, holding on to the bear the whole time. If only he had a camera, Sirius thought, the blackmail opportunities were immense. Harry climbed into the waiting car where a grinning Mick was ready to drive them to the airport. Sirius turned to the healers to say his own goodbyes. Don't forget to keep up with your exercise, Dr. Jordan nagged as she accepted his hug. Healer Faye, a young brunette, discreetly wiped her eyes. I'm going to miss Harry. Make sure he does his occlumency exercises, and if you need advice. Thank you, Sirius said, truly grateful. I believe my colleagues have covered everything. Noshi held out his hand, and Sirius shook it warmly. Suddenly, Noshi froze, his eyes taking on a distant look before refocusing on Sirius with a gravity that made Sirius's stomach drop. What? Sirius demanded as the old wizard released his hand. You will bring Harry to me again, Noshi said with a deep sigh. He will face a great evil, and you will bring him here to heal. Sirius shivered, a cold dread washing over him. When? Noshi shrugged apologetically. Perhaps a year. Maybe more. I cannot be certain. Sirius nodded sharply, recalling their discussions about sight and prophecy. Thank you for everything. Goodbye, my friend, Noshi replied. He walked to the car and coaxed Harry into his seatbelt. As the car pulled away from the clinic and down the driveway, Sirius felt a strong urge to turn back to the safety of the place. He glanced over at Harry, who grinned at him. Bugger the vision Noshi had seen. Sirius smiled back at his godson and brushed a hand over Harry's head. He would keep Harry safe, he would keep him safe no matter what.